Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is my name's Jared D, and this Sunday chill. Yeah, well, ain't so damn chill, is it? Well, try to have a good time, tell a few stories, poke around at some bikes, try to chill out, try to be a good guy. Oh shit! There, cursed and smoked at the same time. That's who I am. Just me. Oh no, Willard, I do not have a supercharger built for the bike yet. I don't even know what a supercharger is exactly. It's a cool word and a blower. That car's blown. I have a great big old blower coming out of the hood, and they get belt slapped. That's about it. That's where I stop. Not exactly sure of all the different. Good evening, OP1. Glad to see you, sir. I'm out in the shed. Turbocharged. There you go. Exactly. I do know that that's like the three ways you get power, though. There's nitro. You put a bunch of extra fucking weird gas that's under high pressure in there, or you got a twin turbo, or you got some sort of supercharger blower. But then there's a pro charger. Don't know what the hell that is either. They're all something. I think they're all about cramming more shit in all at once. I don't know what those. Good evening, Paul. With the whatever the Hellcats and all. I don't know. I don't know how they're making all that power either. I don't know. Probably just a great big fucking motor. Christy got a little turbo in that little 4-cylinder, or at least that's what we were told the EcoBoost part was just a turbo, and I don't know. I don't see any turbo under the hood. Mr. Leonard Arola, how are you doing this evening? I'll turn the volume up. Here we go. I don't know. Not don't need to be too damn quiet. Got to make it where people can hear it. We'll turn the gas up on this thing. Well, so here we are, guys. We got a few people in the room. We're out in the shed. We got the Avenger sitting here with me. Yeah, maybe we should jack the old thing up, but I gotta be part of it for a few minutes. Other phone's nearly fucking dead though. I was busy this week. Sup, Willard? Good. Buying shit on eBay. We'll put some shit in the cart for me, Leonard. I threw pedals. Pedals? Motherfucking pedals? Yeah, dude. I don't have any big pedals right now. I mean, I could steal from. I'm just not going to steal from another bike though right now. Obviously, theirs got stolen. I'll check the ones in the barrel, but I'm sure it's the 9/16 and not the little 3/8 or whatever. Or it is the 5/8, whatever the hell it is. It's the big hole. It looks that way. So yeah, we're here. We're gonna smoke a little. Try to work on this Avenger some. It might take us more than one live to get this because I'm not gonna super heavy lean on it this evening because I've been busting my ass all week. What else was there? Got my double bearing idler sprocket today. 6203 bearing. Some as case bearings. Same as case bearings. Oh, so it is 6303 that was in the case. I seen you question Mossy on that earlier about the what was that, the main bearing? Yeah, whatever, something like that. Which is what, a 5/8 diameter, isn't it? Or ID. Just turn your adventure. Turn my Avenger into a. Well, man, I'm not a part switcher. I'm not a part switcher. That's not me. I'm not a part switching guy. I don't know. So I'm just gonna leave it like it is in the let's say the 90 percentile. Oh, I was thinking about drilling those holes out but I'm gonna get this thing put on the bike first before I tear this thing apart and play with it. Who knows if I'll even do that? Let's just fucking run the goddamn thing. We flushed it out with some gasoline already. The gasket's dry again. So the case is probably completely evaporated. It's been crazy fucking hot here again. No, I can't even deny that. Okay, so keep talking, Jared. What do we got? Oh, so we got the bike pulled out. We got a few minutes in. What do we have? Like 2 or 3 people here, something like that. Maybe, I don't know. You can see the number. 8, 3. I don't know. Good evening, Drone Days. G2 read on it. Oh, I love the suggestions, Willard. Oh yes, I'll just do that. Just love it. 17 millimeter, yes, from 16 millimeter. 5/8. I know, it's 5/8. But you can find a ton of them all over the place in that way. They're jammed in all kinds of things. I need a Sunday chill. All right, Mossy's in the house. Oh, here in a second, I'll grab that. Damn, I'll grab put the thingy up on the thing. Okay, but first I'll catch a quick safety meeting before I start filling with the buttons. Hot dog is ready to hit. I know we didn't comment on the outdoor tool, but hit the outdoor tool. Supercharged CDI, OZ Magneto, Super Clutch. Oh, I like where we're going with this. We're super, 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 super. If you pile up enough supers on there, you call it Super Avenger. Yeah. I know. I was trying to come up with something crazy, but my brain took the shit on me. The truth of it. I was like, I'll get it. That's probably not going to be funny, Jared. Shut up. Yeah, but that was the other thing. Yeah, didn't want to make y'all watch paint dry. That was the other thing. Yeah, so I was going to take out most of those studs and everything and get goddamn something on those threads on just about everything. Because you can't trust it. And then you keep your fingers crossed that everything comes apart, though. Can't deny that. It definitely comes apart, guys, if you knew better than any other time. I will not deny that brand spanking new is the best time to disassemble down to something that you might want to get to early on. I do like the fact that the hardware on this thing is all 8 millimeter. That's pretty neat. There, flashed my Avenger. There. Oh, we're just down to one, huh? Cool. Did I lose everybody? Yeah, apparently. Guess. Oh, so there we are. That's the bike I'm going to be using. I know. I go fucking quiet when I'm hitting all these fucking buttons. Good evening, sir.
That looks like a really nice triangle frame. The tube diameter, is that going to be good for you?
Yep. They're both oversized slightly. That one and the seat post.
Okay. So she'll slap right on there good?
It seems to be the ideal triangle. I mean, it looks from here like it absolutely is. It's a really nice bike.
It looks really nice to me too, yeah. Well, I'm wondering, are you going to use one of those like CNC mounts, those adjustable mounts, or are you going to bolt the motor right onto her?
Right to the frame, yeah. Why you think it would need? Why would it need a CNC mount?
Those CNC mounts will help correct the geometry so it sits right flush on the rear, like on the seat post.
We'll drop it in the holder real quick, find out.
Right. Like if it's gonna if it's like you never really know until you put it on there, but you don't want to have the mount a little crooked so it wants to cut into the frame.
Oh, I'm with you on that one. I cannot deny.
As long as the rear mount sits flush and tight inside the you know what I'm talking about. The front mount can be a little off, but you don't want it off much. Because it'll work on it. Right. Because that's the thing. No two bikes are the same. And that's that double clamp mount you're putting on there?
Double clamp mount? What do you mean?
On the front that you were messing with.
No, I'm removing the bottle cage and
Oh, that's a bottle cage. Okay.
Yeah.
I wish I could zoom in on that. Actually, I can zoom in on that. How did I not know that?
Can you on the StreamYard?
Yeah, I
on
can
YouTube
see it.
You can.
I can see it right now. I zoomed right in on you.
No shit.
Oh yeah, I got my glasses now.
My glasses.
Those mounts are like a U-bolt with a plate.
What we're worried about is that one of our damn what do you call those? Braze-ons are in the fucking touchy zone.
Right.
That's mostly what I'm worried about right now. I can't. We're gonna find out.
If you know what I'm talking about, that those mounts I'm talking about are like a U-bolt and a flat plate.
It's
Some of them have,
ideal geometry.
right. Some of them know those someone knows those U-bolts I'm talking about. Some of them have a double clamp, but damn, that looks good right there. But I can't see what the angle that you're looking at.
Yeah, no, just fell right in place. Literally, I think I just put a little scratch in it though. God damn it.
Well, no, we'll have to get a new frame now.
I don't
Can't
think
live
so.
with that. Can you move your camera in so we can look down the pipes and stuff? And
What are you thinking? Where would you like to see?
I want to see how it lines up on the pipe itself. Like that looks like it's pretty damn good right there. Like if you just tighten that rear mount up, I'm thinking,
They touch on all sides. It
right?
is the ideal geometry.
I'm thinking that right there. Yeah, that's golden. I was also thinking about what if I took two, those rear mounts, the block part. What if I took extra long studs and put two rear mounts together, and so it was like a rear mount to a rear mount, so it encapsulated the whole frame, and not even use a little piece of crap, little metal strap.
Willard, it did not touch the braze-ons. I don't know how I missed all 4 braze-ons, but it's in between the braze-ons on both of them. Oh, it's below the front braze-on and in between the braze-ons on the seat tube.
Yeah, that's like the rare opportunity that a frame is the right size tube and also the right angles. So, because it's going to sit down low in there. Anything else you put on there is going to make it raise up,
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't believe I have, dude. I had to add it to my list. Fucking pedals. I think I already cannibalized these gorgeous pedals that were on this. I can't remember which ones they were, but I didn't want to steal them back from anybody.
No pedals.
Yeah, so I had to put that on a list of things coming.
But the crank's clear, so you're good.
Perfectly clear, yeah. Got a good 1/2 inch.
Hell yeah. Ready to rock and roll. Carburetor's probably going to sit nice and level too. Looking at that, kind of like, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I bet it's his level for sure. Mad Dog, Bad Dog is the name of the bike there. I should put that up.
Well, you're getting that Paul Gale luck where Paul just happens to find the one frame in the world that he can do what he's doing on it.
The Bad Dog Avenger. What do we have? We have something on the head tube as well. Where's that light?
Looks kind of like an MTV kind of thing going on.
It was, it was. The guy told me he believes it came from like an auto parts store.
It's some kind of promotional type of thing, like.
Thank you. It's a promotional type of thing. That might be a beer or something, you know what I mean? Or some sort of wine cooler, or who fucking knows?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Something like that. Or it could be something related to the auto parts store, like Bad Dog, fucking whatever, Shop Rag or something. Looks like we got a flat going on though.
Oh yeah, totally. Sexy tires though. Look how supple they are. Oh, supple tire. I have to get rid of that. I do have a. What we have here is a bicycle tire that holds itself up. For one, you ain't crushing that down. Right. It weighs too much. Don't kid yourself. If you had to pedal that, you'd shoot your sister.
And it's got a reflective strip on it, doesn't it? Is that a
Yeah, this
reflective?
is. Oh, there we go. I thought I was advertising it. I'm not trying to. Schwalbe
Yep.
pickup. Really good tire.
Great on a Saturday night, if you're looking to get something, pick up.
2.3. They're 2.3 even.
Well, then that's the question. Is that 2.3 tire gonna, what's your chain clearance looking like?
Oh, it's perfect. Everything's got it's all clear. I'm sure a 2.3 fit. Oh, ooh. You know what? I need to mount that tire before I put that chain on, huh?
Right. Because 2.3 might be point 0.3 too many.
Ah!
You might have to take like point 0.3 off it on one side with a carving knife.
I'm a good that. There could be issues.
There could be slight chain rub on there, and I'm wondering.
Fucking OP1 says that that's the tire he's running. But that doesn't mean jack shit. He might have to
Well,
more
I don't
clearance.
know. Well, the
Yeah,
other
because
thing
he
too,
moved the sprocket out. He's got a sprocket adapter on there in a
I've
way because
never,
he can bolt it to a disc brake at the same time.
but I've never run one of those new motors with the 8 mm bolts. I know the 6 mm ones, and I could only run like a 2.0 because they were the small block, little 6 mm Groovy Skyhawk stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I think the wider block that you have with the 8 mm studs and the YD100 might be enough to clear it because I don't know. No, but that's one thing I'm looking at. Like, oh,
Oh, like the case is just a slight wider.
right.
Oh, come on. I'm loving it, dude. I'm loving your theory. Let's go with that until let's not just crush our fucking dreams before they even started.
Because I'm thinking,
It's got to be just a little chunk wider. It certainly
like
was heavier, but it can't be much. It can't. I mean, is that what it is?
that 50 cc you have with the 6 mm studs.
Yeah.
That one, that one's gonna take a 2.0 tire and have clearance issues, but the 80
I
cc
gotta
is gonna
point
be
out that's
wider.
exactly what we did. I went and looked at that fucking other bike just then.
Right. Well, if you compare the two, because basically the new 6680 cc that's got the 8 mm studs and the bigger thing is a little bigger than the old one, and the YD100 is a little wider than that one because the YD100 like cover, the magneto cover and stuff is thicker than the 6680 cc. Like if you took the magneto cover off your little one and compared it to the YD100, the YD100 is going to have there's little differences, a subtle, but 6 mm mount and the 8 mm mount and then the 100, they're all getting a little wider and wider
I
as they
can't even
go.
get my fake finger in between there.
All right.
And that's a knobby, so it's probably a two. I don't know. It's an ugly knobby. That is kind of sticking out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't find it. I
Well,
bet it's on the
the only way to really find out is measure from like the chain, the inside of the chain to the seat post, and then measure the
1.95 is what it's claiming. So its best
yeah,
luck is it could be a 2. On its best day, it's a 2. But
right,
that rim's too wide for it to be a 2. It's a 1.95.
right.
That's
And
only on 19 mm rims will it be a.
you're never getting that big old fatty pickup truck tire on there. But it
Nope.
might be different on the other bike because it's a different motor. It's going to might stick
No,
out at
but
the
I
beginning.
remember Skeptic Force said that those Schwalbe Big Apples were only two and just 2. Or they were just 2. Just 2 is perfect though. Beautiful room with just 2.
That's all I ran on mine with a small block like that. The 6 mm was. I had those
I bet
guys.
OP1 has already answered our question. What the deal was?
I couldn't run a 2.125. I had to run I had to run like a what do you call it? 2.0. But there's ways to set that motor over too. Are we going to mount a tire on there?
Yeah. Well, I'll mount something on there. Yeah. What's on there right there looks like a 2 for sure. I mean,
Or
they
you
got
could
gorgeous tires.
You could wrap a chain, try to get a chain around the motor and just lay it there to see kind of like, like it's straight off the motor.
No, it's going to be perfect. I mean, it's going to be fine. We're just talking about putting an oversized tire, not whether it works at all. 2.3 is an oversized tire. That is a fat tire.
It don't matter if it's oversized by a 1/16 of an inch. It's oversized is oversized. It's going to rub. It's going to rub,
I'm going to test it out. I'll find out.
It's got to, it might be kind of hard to start it with a chain chewing the tire up, but she'll go.
So I did show the bike off for a moment.
Yeah, I didn't know I could zoom. I could even turn my phone side.
He jumped. All right, guys. So there we go. I'm sure Moss will be back when we get this thing worked out there. It seems to be dark in that corner. It's too bright there. There we go. We're back, man. Back. We got the motor on just for fitment purposes. We found out she fits like a glove. But I was I'd already suspected that was going to be the way it was. Still wanted a frame a bit bigger. That one's an 18, which is it's okay riding frame for me. But a 19 is what that's what I really like. It's a 19 to 21. I like the tall bike one. Yeah, oversized is even better, but an 18, that's where I need to start. That's where I have to start at. That I can pedal, between the seat and my feet. Oh. Okay, well. Back to just me again. I have to fiddle with it. We'll see who's in here. See what I'm missing. When you're using rag joint sprocket, I am using rag joint sprocket, sir. We're using the box. We're going to take all the stuff out of the box. We're going to put all the stuff on the bicycle, just like the box. We did, though, take this off. They made me take it off. The hobby did. And we got to look at this, which is what it is. That's a hole right there. Calling Raul. We got a hole in the head. Bantam. That's almost said Avenger. Bantam. But we did buy the did we? Did I show everything? Yeah, I thought there was some other little packaging things. Oh, we got the old spring-loaded tensioner. Jared's spilling shit on the ground. That was a lock nut. Who knows what else it was? Time will soon tell. Yeah, nothing but spiders down there. Okay, Saddle Tramp. Good evening. Rag joint setup works fine in most cases if you take your time to do it right. Yes, sir, Saddle Tramp. I've had good luck with the old. I have a rag joint over there, though. I mean, one of those sprocket adapters. If I was using a coaster breaker rear wheel, but yeah, got the. We'll modify it slightly, but not very much. Have you ported it? I have not ported it, but I will port it. Watch. It got ported. Then I'm over on that port too. Right there. Oh, we got a messy port. Using pit bike rollers. Using pit bike rollers. Okay. It's same roller though, isn't it? I mean, it's still a nylon roller. Nylon's supposed to take a lot of, rub. A lot of rub. Thank you, Paul. That's what she said. I know. So no, I that was going to be as much porting as I do for now. We eyeballed it though. We have felt around in here. We have a little small file there that we would have touched things up. But I don't feel as sharp. I mean, it ain't sharp, but that's not a beautiful edge right there. But I mean, 1 out of 7. What's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 1 out of 7 holes ain't bad. Now it unfingered it. You're not backstage, son of a bitch. I'm looking, Mossy. Now you are.
Well, it took me a minute to get back over there.
I know. What'd you do?
I tried to mess with my phone to zoom it in, and I left.
It kicked you off for zooming?
No, I hit the button that said leave or something. I don't know what I did.
Oh, shit.
Because I can
Well,
turn
there
it
you go.
sideways, and I can zoom in, and I was like,
Yeah, you can turn it sideways. I tell everybody that you can flip-flop it any way you feel like using it.
Right, but
They
the
don't
thing
care.
is, when I turn it sideways, I got you on I got you set up on a 2x4 here. So if I turn it sideways, it falls off and hits the ground and shuts off. So I got to do it this way.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah, it's plugged in, but there's not enough room.
I know, because you were plugging it in when you were leaving your live. Oh, I guess his line's over.
I'm screwed up anyway. I don't have any weed in for a couple of days.
No, what happened?
I don't know. I smoked it all or whatever, and
Well, that's a classic problem.
Trying to take a break from it, and so
okay.
What I did was I said, I'm smoking way too much weed, so I'm going to trim back a little bit, and I'll just get this much, and that's it. And I'll take all my disposable income and I'll buy carburetors with it, so that I'm not gonna like if I can I'll have like a quarter a day or something, I'm good. But I'm used to smoking like a half a day, and so I already burned through it. But it's good. But I had a gummy. One of the places I bought weed from gave me like an edible gummy, and I don't usually eat those. So I had one of them, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's like a 500 milligram gummy or something.
It would take me at least a week to be able to eat something. That thing didn't do nothing for you, Mossy. I don't even believe you.
I feel it a little bit, but I just ate it a few minutes ago.
You bullshit, dude. That's just that psycho, whatever. What do you call that? That psycho, whatever. I ain't got no fucking. I'm terrible at those words.
Psychosomatic.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I tried it like about the time just before the live went on. So it's been about a half an hour, 40 minutes. And I'm starting to feel a little No?
You should though. You said 2 days though. You said 2 full days.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
don't
long
need
time for you, I'm sure.
I don't need to be around any weed right now anyway.
Huh.
Because
I
I
will
got
admit I have not run out in I turned I think 16. I turned 16 and I have effectively kept myself in weed my entire I've been working a lot for some reason. I don't know
yeah,
why, but I do.
15, 16, somewhere in there.
If I was cuter, maybe somebody would have bought it for me, but I was born ugly.
It's like I grew it and I lived down in the Caribbean and it's practically free, you know. Um, it just gets to a point where it's like I get used to it. And so then I lived in California, and the thing is that once when weed became legal, that was like a big transition for me because when weed became legal, it put me out of business,
Oh, totally.
and a lot of other people went out of business. And so I had a choice. I could go to like hard drugs and keep up the same deal I was doing, and I said, nah, I'm good. But if I didn't have my military retirement or whatever, I could see how a lot of the guys that were illegal weed, when it legalized, went back. It's kept that illegal going because there's a lot of money in that. And so I decided, no, I'm done. I'll just retire. I can live off of my retirement and all this, and I'll just chill out. And I don't need all that.
No.
The stress. Plus, it's a lot of stress. You constantly, the cops are always on you. I mean, for 30 years they were trying to get me. I never got busted for weed. I never got pinched for it. And one of the tricks I would use is I would hide it in like on a pickup truck where like the visors go on the inside the cab, like on a like the head like not a headliner, but like the metal on the cab of a pickup truck. There's a gap in there, and so some of the older trucks, you could pull that down and put stuff up underneath there, and the cops will look all over underneath stuff and whatever. They'll search the fucking spare tire, whatever but they never look up. They never look up. The dog's gonna alert on it, and they'll go through your seat. They'll tear everything apart, but they're never gonna look up in that headliner part.
Well, they caught me
You
with
know?
weed in old Virginia, and one cop pulled it out, looked at it, put it back under the seat. And then the other cop came over there and was going to search where he just searched. And then he pulled it out. He was forced to. Shit you not. I watched him pull it out and put it back. And then when that other cop was going to go try to double his efforts, it was over. You know
I
what? I
got a
never been
new.
back to Virginia. I was on my way to Woodstock in 99. That was the last century. Does that still count?
But check this out. I got a new lock on my door. The new hasp.
Oh, there you go.
Because what I did was, this is the old one that's
Good
all
evening,
beat
Mike
up.
Miller. I'm glad to see you, sir. He says, sup, everyone.
So today,
Hey, Willard.
I put my padlock on. Sometimes I'll just leave my door wide open because I want that fresh air. And if I'm just going to run to the mailbox, I'll just put a padlock on the porch. And so I locked my keys in, and so I had to go see the maintenance guy and get a pickaxe so I could bust my lock and my hasp off my spot, and so I could get in. And so because over here they're trying to set me up, for stuff. So I'm figuring I'll just call the cops and say someone just tried to burgle my place while I was at the store, and he ran over to where the maintenance guy is, and his pickaxe has got paint and all that on my paint on his pickaxe, and I could lie and say, hey, you know, and then I get the guy arrested for a burglar in my place. And I'll just say, yeah, they didn't take nothing except for, you know, the 4 or 5 AK-47s and 1,000 rounds, and they can go search through the guy's house and, you know, and all that. But I don't know that, you know, that I you know, because I'm in New Mexico and that's what we do here. So I figured, well, that's, you know, I got to do that, you know, set him up, you know, because he's a nice guy enough to let me borrow his tool. So I ought to pay him back that favor by putting him in prison, screwing him over and whatever.
Well, I mean, that's why I have a big fence.
When in Rome, you got to do what the Romans do and turn someone that did something nice or someone that was, you know, considerate and whatever, thinking of other people, like trying to put a fence in and asking about it before he does it. And so I got to see the owner who's a, you know, I went over there and I think the owner.
Rubber frame mounts.
I don't think they believed me when I legitimately locked myself out and I needed a tool to break into my own place. But when I went over to the garage, the owner was there and I'm like, you guys have any bolt cutters or anything? And he says, well, if we have any bolt cutters, I don't know if we have them or not, but I don't know if we do.
Maybe that's an exhaust fan.
Like, I think the guy's thinking that I wanted to borrow his bolt cutters to cut my lock so that I could set him up. Because he's so adamant in trying to set me up. And shit. So I without even trying, I know. I don't know. But I am having a time of my life over here now because I can't have no bullshit games. All I wanted was a fence, you know, where it belongs. So that way I can have a fence in the yard. I can put a dog out there, and I can do some welding. I can do some whatever, and no one's going to be bothered by it. I'm thinking, you know, fence the yard in, and put a shed in, and then I've got privacy. I can have a dog that'll keep me company. I can have, I can do my projects and stuff and whatever, and I'm not gonna have eyeballs all over me and stuff.
Eyeballs? Goddamn eyeballs!
Well, I mean,
nosy neighbors.
I mean, think about it. If you're in a trailer park and the park owner comes to you and says, "Hey, I'll give you like a couple $100 off your rent if you can set that guy up next door."
That's not a thing, dude. That's just somebody with paranoia.
Take it, or are you going to say no?
No, that's just somebody else having paranoia that somebody else would be offering somebody like that. I don't even have the delusion that people would even be out to get me.
Right. Well, I don't either, but it's just happened so many times it just can't be a coincidence.
Maybe you perceived it as that.
No, I've had people.
And it wasn't really.
I had a woman, I cornered this woman that was being real friendly to me about a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half ago. She was being like super, super friendly, flirty, over by the mailboxes and stuff on the camera and everything. And so I ran into her over at Circle K off campus here, and I cornered her. And I'm like, yeah, let's get together. You know, you want she was all super friendly, but when we were at Circle K, she wasn't like, she didn't know me. Like she wanted to hook up, but she didn't want to hook up like only want to hook up like over at my place type of thing. She wanted me to bring her back here.
On the download, she might have a husband.
No, she wants to get with me. She's fooling and flirting and overdoing it. But then when I see her at the Circle K, I cornered her on it, and basically her and I worked it out. She said, yeah, they put me up to it and this and that and all this. And I said, keep doing it. Don't let them know that I know. And I think they bought her a used car, and then thinking that, oh, he's on a bike. Now he's not interested, but no, now she's got a car. So they bought her a car, like a used car for maybe $2,000 to help set me up. Thinking that, oh, she's got a car and I'm just some poor bum on a bicycle, and I just can't resist that. But she took them for a ride, and eventually she moved out or whatever she did. But she told me, yeah, they've been giving her money off her rent so that she could set me up. And I said, yeah, no problem. Just don't let them know I know and keep doing it. And every time I see her at the mailbox after that, this went on for like about 4 months. And every time I see her at the mailbox, she'd be all flirty and everything and this and that. And then one time my neighbor came over and whispered something in her ear, like, this is the guy, what's wrong? You know, I've caught him a bunch of times, like talking about me behind my back in front of my face. How come he isn't gone yet? Thought we was getting rid of him.
People are
That was
strange.
because this was a dope spot. And I'm assuming that if you're selling meth and fencing stolen property, you're going to be making more money out of this than you would be if you're just paying the straight rent. You're paying the rent anyway. And so the guy that lived here got busted for all that, and I think he got off
Oh,
his
shit. Okay.
probation. And they just wanted me in here while he was on his probation and everything until he got his act back together. And they just wanted someone in here, in and out, in and out. And I'm not out, because I rented a dilapidated, like condemned trailer. I spent a whole month in a hotel just to get, like, they had no hot water and no sewer, run nothing. Total trap house. And so the neighbor was telling me something. But basically, this guy will rent out to like an unregistered sex offender in a park that's full of children, and he'll rent to and
Oh, come on! Don't let that is just pure drama. Let's talk bike.
but that's what I'm dealing with, and so it's
That is
done.
quite a lot.
So it's done. It's completely done. They're gonna have to accept the fact that I'm here and I've been here for 4 years now, and
And you'll stay in. You're probably going to be there for a good decade.
I mean, I got a lot of this on video and stuff, but one of the things that meant something to me was the old maintenance guy. They were always trying to give me notices and stuff for bullshit. And then I got him on camera talking about it, and he says, like, I catch him off guard a little bit, and he says, he's been working here for about 10 years, and he says, since I've been working here, that your place has never looked that good. And I'm like, well, then why are you guys trying to get me violations on stuff? I hauled 4 truckloads of crap out of here. I'm guaranteed income. I'm guaranteed money. I'll get my check, and like soldiers that are active duty won't get paid. They'll shut down the government, and I'll still get a check. And so it's like, that's guaranteed money. And so you don't throw that away unless there's a valuable reason for it. And dope spot's the only thing I could think of. And this is motorized bicycle heaven. Otherwise, I would have bounced. I can go around on a bicycle everywhere and anywhere. I got millions of miles of trails I can access. I got Tractor Supply on one side. I got public library if I want to go to the computer and print something out, like a return label and stuff. I mean, I'm golden. I can't give this up for nothing. But I'm just curious to see. If that 2.35 will fit on there, because all I know is those little Skyhawk motors. There. That's why I said I need a Sunday chill, because I've been stressed out about my place. I'm thinking, I got too much in this to walk away, and I'm having too much fun. I'm enjoying it. And that's what people don't like that.
Single wall rim. It ain't that damn nice.
You never really know until you actually get it together anyway. Anything. Yeah, that Schwalbe should slap right on there then. You could
Yeah, it's a
probably use like
195 as well.
yeah, you could probably use that Schwalbe on
Check out.
well, you got a cassette. That's what I'm getting at. You got the cassette, so on a coaster brake that might be too wide, but because you have a cassette, it's your axle's wider, and your spokes are set out wide. So you're going to chain clearance with a cassette because you have like 7 gears width on, whereas a coaster brake's only got 1 speed, and the spokes are practically straight up and down. So you have to jack the sprocket out a little further.
I will admit that is pretty awesome. I don't think I've ever experienced that.
Oh yeah, because you got a 7 speed or whatever. That should fit right on there. Pineapple adapter and all, centered right up.
That is so ideal.
Yeah, those do fit those good. They're not going to fit a coaster brake like that, and they're not going to fit some other funky stuff.
Holy, that's the best one I've ever. I don't. Whose hub is that?
Cheapo looks like a cheapo fucking regular cheapo hub, like a 1-inch hub.
Your Mono Altus.
Yeah,
That's not the cheapest. Not a turning. It's the one next up. The next one up.
right. But it's in that same bracket. 7 is it got 7 gears on there?
Yeah, 7-speed. Exactly.
Right. That's what those are made to fit. It's the only thing those things are fit.
Fits it perfect.
The inside of it.
Absolutely perfect.
So you got lucky with a frame that's perfect, and you got a wheel that's perfect. So
That's good. It was a good guess.
slap a tire on her, and
I'm just gonna use that stupid tire, dude. You know what? I was just sitting here saying it's got to change, Jared. We're just gonna run these off. These are enough and soft enough right now to do all initial Avengering. Yes, but oh, you want to see the 2.3 on there just for sure, huh?
Yeah, I want to see the 2.3 on there, and maybe like a chain that runs from the rear sprocket.
Yeah, that's not going to happen tonight.
Across this thing to get an idea, like looking at that chain angle. Not to put the chain on it, just like one wrap around the sprocket, just to stretch the chain out to see if it'll touch. They're like, okay, because I got some of those fat tires at Frank or whatever, 0.5.
Yeah, I was also going to get the thick slicks at one point, which I think are actually a 2.5, 2.4.
I'm not sure, but I think I might have a 2.3 or 2.5 fat Franker. And I'm not 100% sure now because it's been a while since I looked at that.
3 is when it starts to look fat, but I mean, it goes 4 and 5. I mean, they are fatter.
Yeah.
But by the time it gets at 2.3, man, that looks balloony.
That 2.3 looks huge.
Yeah, it starts looking big. You're like, how big is that one?
Well, 2.125, is it really a 2.0, a 1.95, 2.0, 1.25, I would have issues with that with like a Skyhawk on it. And so I would end up with, I found like some of the 2.0s were really 1.195s labeled 2.0.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say as well. But a lot of it does. So the more your rim is pinched in, the more it'll make it look a little more balloony, and it will inflated balloon out further. But the wider, nicer rims get, you're like, oh, it's more of a stiff, it holds itself up.
The ratio between the rim width and the tread width is important, and then the width of the.
It does help. It helps. And then your wheel would be so much stiffer if the wider your rim is in that way that, you're like, this is nice and stiff. Oh, it's stiff. And it doesn't fucking drift when you go around corners, get a little bit of mushy, soft feeling.
And the width of the rear axle is important too. So the width of the rear axle and the width of the rim will determine the angle of the spokes. And so, like on a coaster brake, you're straight up practically, and on like if you had a 40 speed, it would be like you would have you'd have like 10 inches or something. So the more gears, the bigger cassette that you have, the more speeds that you have, the more chain clearance you're going to have. And I'm doing it with a coaster brake, so I'm going to have minimum chain clearance. So I'm going to have to move the engine over. I'm going to have to mount the engine so that the engine's moved over enough so that it barely scrapes the pedal, and hope I have enough. Also move the engine crooked and put the tire in crooked, and it'll dog walk to get chain clearance a little bit too. Ideally, you want the rear and the front tires centered and on the same plane, but if you move it over, you're out of plane, but you get chain clearance.
I'm listening.
Well, I'm just going through, like, I don't know, that's how I'm thinking. A lot of different things that'll affect the chain clearance is what I'm getting at. Especially if someone that, like I've done just coaster brake stuff and those 6mm small bottom ends. So, I don't know firsthand. I know I could look at Mike Miller's build and be like, oh yeah, he's got that tire, or Little Evil's got that tire, and I can look at his wheel and I can look at this and that and whatever. And, like a Gemini, that's why a lot of those guys go those Gemini wheels, because those Geminis have the perfect offset and stuff for chain alignment, and you can run a bigger wheel. And things. Same difference with like the mag wheels that I don't really approve of or care about. With this, like the 6-bolt adapters, those are set up for a good chain clearance on like a 2.3 or whatever, or like a thick slick is what they call it, like the racing guys. I'll look at
Thick slick. That's what. That was the one I talked about earlier. Thick slick, which is really, it's really close to 2.5. But really, the 2.5.
Right. Well, if those guys are putting 2.5s on there, I want to know how they do it.
Yes. Well, that sprocket adapter allows you to slide it in and out.
Not all that much though. Some, but not all that much, because like on a coaster brake, you can slide that out as far as you want, but now your chain's going to run into your chainstay. There's only so much real estate between your chainstay.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So yeah, I am curious how OP1 is managing it right in a second.
See what I'm getting at now?
Particular frames might have a little more, a little less, those angles in that way. I don't know. Not in the chainstays. Those are pretty straight.
We could focus this whole live on chain clearance and all the variable different chain clearances, and everyone could throw up their build, or maybe even post some shorts later or something and be like, yeah, this is what I'm doing to get my chain, this and that. And there's a lot of ways of doing it. You could put two of those, if you had 2 of those pineapple adapters, you could put 2 on one side and 1 on the other. Like if you had 4 of those pineapple adapters, or 3 of them, you could put 2 on one side and 1 on the other, and that'll bring it out further, longer bolts. And I hope you're not using those fucking cheapo bolts that come with it.
Yes, sir. Come on now.
You're not gonna go to Ace Hardware and get yourself some decent.
Look at these shiny bolts, dude. These things are gorgeous.
I don't know if I could have one of those, but I might be able to break one of those with my fingers if I could dig one out somewhere.
Oh, you don't believe in the power of Chinesium?
You could probably get one behind a good molar, and
Chinese build bridges too.
You could stake the, when you put them on, take a vice grip after you get your thing all set up and it's right, go behind there and get a vice grip and clamp the vice grip on those threads so they don't want to come off, and like stake the threads with a vice grip.
Ooh, damage the threads at the ends, huh? That's a pretty good one.
Do it like in one direction, then like do it like whatever 90 degrees, and just beat the shit out of them threads once you get, because it might loosen up and you have to get it a little tighter, but you never want to take that off of there again.
Yeah, no, you're definitely going on the wheel forever.
Stake the threads Just
Going
get
on
the
it for as long as the spokes can take it. 14 gauge, decent looking spokes though. Good wheel build. So it
right.
shouldn't be bad. Should I rebuild the inside? I mean, it's tight as a no. It's fine.
I got some 14 gauge spokes I'm going to
I
use
bet that was. I bet this whole thing was made in Taiwan. I bet this is a Taiwan bike. If you go look for it, it's a Trek. Ultimately, it's some Trek line. I'm pretty sure just from how the cantilever brakes and all are built onto it with the bridge and all that shit.
I like me them Treks, them older Treks. I like
Yeah, I
those.
think that's what this is. Just rebranded by someone. You know how that works.
Well, it
Come from
was
the same damn freaking factory in Taiwan.
so whatever the beer company that's on it, they probably said, "Yeah, get me like about 40 of those, and we'll put them around." And
Yeah,
like someone that
people
there
win
was
some
this
raffles or some
awesome,
shit.
like that beer called Stella Ostros or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Strohs. I know the one you're talking about. Did it come
They
cut?
had they at my fucking what is it, Smith's Market? They had a few cases of that stuff in the middle of the floor with a 24-inch beach cruiser, Velo beach cruiser, all done up with Astros on it and everything. And oh my God, I wanted it. Oh, did I want that? Oh my God, did I want that? And they were doing a drawing, like a raffle. And when I went
Raffle.
and
That's
asked,
what I was meant. A raffle. I know that's
when I
not
was
what I said.
asking for the drawing in the raffle, they said, "Oh, we don't have any more. Those are out. We, like the only for the first like 100 people got it or whatever."
God damn it!
So I
This is
know.
fucking a steel belted radial. Oh, I think it must be a Goodyear.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
don't have to. You don't have to cut that, right?
How much you gonna get it on the inside?
You just take the spokes out and you
Oh,
re-spoke the
shut up,
wheel.
man.
Much easier, simpler way. You know.
You did not just say take the spokes out.
Right. You just break it down to the hub and slip it over the hub, and then re-thread this, through the wheel and everything. Good. What a damage that valuable
Weird,
tiny
man.
inner tube or whatever it is. That rubber's quality because it went like 400,000 miles, through the bush of Cambodia before it got on your bike. Indochina somewhere.
Do you think the nail polish is from China?
That tire came from like a World War II era, like Japanese invasion that they left behind. It's got to be an old piece of shit tire.
No, the tire is amazing. That's a gorgeous tire. It is so supple.
I imagine someone's probably got one of those kits and it had like a tire patch on it, stamped out. A lump in it.
I thought about buying a Cranebrook, but man, that damn frame is so damn small.
But did you notice while you're messing with those rag joints, are they similar thicknesses to each other? Is there one
Yeah, I
thicker?
did. One's thinner and one's thicker. I'm using the thicker one on the outside.
Right, because some of those aren't thick all the way through. Like it got like a little bit of sidewall. So like the sprocket, the rag joint itself is going to be like half-inch tapered down.
Oh no, can't have that.
So that's where you get a lot of that wobble from if you tighten it up because the rag joint's not thick, consistently thick the whole way through. It's got it's like tapered because it's like like but I'm trying to remember back from like 2014 and shit, what all the different things I messed with that rag joint. I'm thinking, well, why not just make one out of like a decent tire with like a hot, like a soldering iron with like a hot knife on it? And then I got thinking, well, shit, that's made that. And so basically the replacement for that's a nice thick rubber. It's called a 70 Duro, which is the rubber itself can be 50 or 70 or 20 or whatever. It's the hardness of Duro. And the 70 is the hardest of the rubbers that they make. And it's a 4-inch concrete testing puck that they use when they go to test concrete. Like when they do is they pour a concrete slab or they build a building or whatever, they'll take a core sample of that concrete they're going to use or that they have used. Like when they pour a slab, they'll pour a little box that's got a little bit of the concrete in it that you just poured, and they'll save those up. And then they'll drill cores out of those, and then they'll put them on a press and see at what point does the concrete break. And that tests the concrete. So they know that, okay, this 5,000 pound concrete.
They're measuring slump is what it's called.
Right. But after the concrete hardens, they'll go and test it, and those little concrete testing pucks are like perfect. They have a 4-inch and they have a 6-inch testing puck. But those
I have seen it many times.
as long as you know what.
Good explanation of it, though. I like hearing listening. I don't want to interrupt you on it.
But yeah, anyone down in the chat needs to look into that if you're doing that, because I had
I only have a 44.
I had the what do you call it, the not the OC, but the Jesse James chopper, like the one that Tan Boy's getting the frame for or whatever. And that Jesse James chopper came with a coaster brake with a 3-inch wide tire and a regular wide rim, and it had like an extra wide coaster brake, and it had a really steep angle on the spokes. And I had to use those concrete testing pucks to put the chain on it. But I put a sprocket on it I put a 420 sprocket on it for KTM, because I put the KTM SX50 on there. And so it was great. I needed to integrate on the drag joint. I also took one of those 44.2 sprockets and cut it up and made it, and I made the 42.2 sprocket into basically the metal part of the rag joint, because it's a thicker metal, and I did it with plasma cutter. That got me, and that was stable, and that was secure. And so I'm going to see, what were you looking at here? What are you doing, Jared?
Setting up a good tire.
Okay, because we can't see you on camera. We're just like, where is he going? And so is that the Schwalbe on there?
No, that's some sort of, I'll tell you what it was, because it's got a fancy brand. Crossroads EX 26 by 1.75.
175, so that's going to be a little skinny one.
95. I'm saying 195. I'm sorry, 195.
Okay, but still.
Construction, 60 TPI, wire bead. It's got a wire bead.
Yeah.
High durability compound 70 SA.
Yeah, that's a decent tire.
It is a decent tire, dude. If you felt it in your hand, you'd be like, man, that feels like rubber.
70, whatever, up there.
Yeah,
And,
no, it was up there. That was decent. It was
it's like 60 PSI or something.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because 195s are a decent tire anyway. That's a car size for a lot of tires, I guess. The 1.25, you can get shitty tires because those are just like beach cruisers or a kid's toy, generally. So you'll have plenty of difference with that one. You're going to save that Schwalbe pickup tire for a friction drive. I know you are.
If it doesn't work. Oh, they did not give me I guess it don't need a washer. That's fine. Yeah, I love a washer. Motherfuckers. You cheapskate sons of fucking bitches.
They didn't give you the little washers to go with it?
No.
So you got to hope those nuts won't pull through the thing, because you can't go out and buy nothing, remember? That probably would have been something to get when you got those grade 8 bolts that you're prohibited from getting. I'm just saying, but trying to save a few steps.
My grade 8 bolt.
Walk past the grade 8 bolts and get the washers, and don't get those good lock nuts either. For an extra $2.50, and you probably took $4 in gas to get there anyway.
I know I can't answer the chat.
Yeah, I'm
Mossy,
zooming in with you, Bill.
Mossy lacks the technology.
I'm zooming in on
Am
the
I
wheel
able
so I
to-
get a good view of what's going on.
We could be up just a tiny bit though, huh?
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah. You're good. You're like centered right on it. So that's the thinner of the two out of the pack.
Yeah.
And I just hate that, that's like the worst thing anyways, the inconsistencies of those. Or you could try to match up, if you had a bunch of kits, you could probably try to match them up. Because a lot of people
Wow,
use
dude,
those
that's gonna stick it out way far. Way easy to put 2.3 on there.
I'm thinking 2 inches, like hold the wheel up a little bit and put like a siding
I
with like,
don't rim it anymore, dude. You know that? I don't rim it. You know that's upsetting me right this second.
you could probably put two tires side by side on that thing.
Mm.
She's big enough. If you held that up and looked at it and sighted that, you'd be able to get a good idea how wide that thing is. Right, just looking at it like you're doing now. How much room you got.
Nah.
Yeah, I think you're good. Maybe the thin one might want to go on the outside just so it can crush down and still be centered on the hole. If it's
It's
like
not
thick
that
one,
thin though, dude. They look pretty goddamn exact.
yeah.
But maybe if I had a micrometer on me, I would have mic'd it. Yeah.
No,
It's
but I
gonna
mean
look.
just eyeballing it, because it's gonna crush anyway. Or some of them might have a thick, different tread on them. But yeah, maybe the Avenger's good quality stuff. That's one of the
We're gonna
like. It's
buy it.
a lot of those issues that a lot of other kits have. It's not going to have those inconsistencies and crap. Other
I
than
don't
maybe
want
the
to use
washer.
Boy, it sure want something sharp though, don't
But if you don't have those little washers, maybe they put them down in the crankcase or something for safekeeping.
it? I didn't notice them. Hey, Raul! If you jump
Raul,
on here, I can get you.
Raul made bail. Where's Raul been? Everyone's wondering where Raul's at.
What is the rasp?
I figured Raul had gotten busted for his video, and the Secret Service was questioning him for a few days while he was quiet over there.
Homeland.
I think Homeland
We already got to speak with him.
seen his latest political video
He's
going
on
on.
the podcast. All of them.
So where's the what are we looking at now here? I just had a little drink.
Yeah, I know. What are we looking at? We're looking at pulling out my brand new pocket knife and sawing on rubber with it.
Oh, you're cutting rubber? I'm gonna try to pick your brain. Like, what kind of rubbers are we cutting up here?
We're going to cut the inside of this. We're going to taper it. But we're not. It's not going to move very fast. Anyway,
Tried to go into the chat. Like,
just
I
not
can't,
that.
I can't do it on my phone, but I know how to do it if I was on a computer.
I barely nicked it. Oh, I'm just going to bolt it up.
Stringing out. I'm gonna get ready to water my lawn tonight here.
I'll give it a few minutes and I'll come over there and bring the cat in with me. It'll only take me a moment to get the thing set.
We get to check out the Put a Cat. I'm hoping OP1zilla's in the chat somewhere because I think I found what he's talking about, the G6 cylinder. And in search of that G6 cylinder, that guy also sells those Super Rat, like GT5 SR Super Rat engines for like $100 that are an odd duct that take a like a single wire magneto, and probably no one's ever heard of it. Like a chainsaw or a lawnmower, and it's got a different flywheel, and it's got like 17mm bearings and stuff in there instead of 15. But there's an odd China doll out there that that I shared on my community post, and I basically blew my whole community post up with OP1zilla on cylinders and whatever and all that. And I know Leonard checked it out, but those engines have issues with the overheating. And so what made me think OP1zilla with it is you want to drill the holes like all through that cover, and there's holes in that cover, and it's supposed to have like a fan, but there's no way for the air to get in to cool that coil under the cover, the magneto cover. It's the only motorized bike that doesn't have a coil and a CDI box and all that. It's got like a chainsaw setup. And I got a few of those, and I want to like put a fan or something. I think I could find something like a little fan that'll fit on there, and drill holes in the cover and get it to cool that thing. So I'm thinking, must have went out of business or liquidated all his back shelf, and they dug up and found a few of those motors sitting around because they haven't made those engines since like 2010. And so it'd make an awesome saw motor where if you had a still cylinder and hooked it up with like a still muffler and like a still carburetor and put like the still plastics on it, and it would look like I could turn that into something that looked very good or very close to having like an actual chainsaw sitting on your bike, is what I was thinking about doing with it, with some plastics and stuff that you can get off of eBay, like the all knockoff stuff. With like a Walbro, like the Walbro carburetor and the intake and whatever, and then hide it underneath like the chainsaw shroud type of thing. And like a chain fan to cool the cylinder. And I'm thinking maybe I could encase that China doll in a chainsaw shroud with that fan on that Super Rat, and then it acts like so I got an air cooled China air, like a, what do you call it, like an air assisted, a fan cooled deal. It looked like a chainsaw cruising down the street. One of the things I was thinking about so did you just get all the nuts and bolts on there now?
What we're doing?
While I was going through my Super Rat thing?
Oh, did we get them all on there? Oh yeah,
Oh,
totally.
you're working on them.
Totally.
I'm looking at that from my angle. Every once in a while, you sweep past, and I'm thinking you got like a couple inches of chain clearance there.
Oh yeah, no, it's just a ton. It's a ton.
You
It
could
might be
put.
too much.
I wouldn't even worry. Right, I'm more worried about your chain stays now than the fact that you could probably put like a 3.5 on there.
Mm.
Before you get all the
Dude, I
bolts in,
could probably flip this sprocket around too.
right? Because now you've got a couple bolts in it. Go throw in a bike or whatever, see what it looks like without putting all the rest of them in. Before you have to take them all out again, because it's gonna chew your chainstay.
Yeah.
It's a little fitment. Bolt's just an eyeballer. The angle of the chainstay is the length of the chainstay, and all kind of little things like that. A lot of the guys, I think, are really small sprocket or like 40 sprocket. You're never going to have to worry about your thing. But when you get into a bigger sprocket, how are we looking here? On the other side, I'm looking at.
And I'm gonna flip it over at least. At minimum. So you're right.
So,
I don't know if I call it stoner move, but definitely working backwards. Mostly because I got the lock washer on it too, you know. It always sucks if you get the lock washer.
the stoner move, put the nut on first, then the washer or whatever.
No, now that I'm looking at the other wheel, I mean, I see I did do it the same way on that one, but that's just a different rim, different hub. It's just the way the world works.
Right. So when you put that on there, your chainstay and all that, how's that look for you?
No, I want to bring it in as much as I can. You look like a shit.
Always drill that hole out bigger.
You look like flipping over. We're flipping her over.
But if you had like a press, you could put like a cone shape in it and dimpler in the middle, and that would get it over a little more too. I mean,
Oh, you
like a,
dimple the sprocket itself.
yeah, like a cone shape die, and then like a shot press would you could jack it down and spread that hole a little bit and give it like a chamfer all the way around. That helps set her in there a little deeper. Could be done with like a jack, and you could put it underneath a rocker panel of your car and jack it up with a piece of plywood or something if you didn't have a press. With like a big oh, you need something that like this, like a big ball bearing might do it at a junkyard. If you could find a big ball bearing and that fit inside that cup, and you could jack it in there, and it would do something to it.
That'd be something. Yeah, you could use the weight of a vehicle as your,
Hey, right,
and just use the soft sand or a sandbag.
right. Because those sprockets, those aren't probably the truest, and it's stamped out anyway, so it's soft. It's a soft metal.
Butter metal. Butter. Cheese butter. Butterlicious.
And they got a lot of better. I mean, the shipping's better, so the shipping's a lot better because I can't remember what it destroyed, but if I remember correctly, when I pulled my Groovy GT5 out of the box, that sprocket, that 44.2 sprocket had chewed the shit out of something and scratched the shit out of shit. I don't remember what it
The
was.
box was fancy. That was a pretty fancy box. I cannot deny. And all those little boxes in the box.
Because I got like a Zeta 4040 from Bicycle Engines, and that actually had like the mounting studs sticking out of the box. Like saying hello, here I am.
Hello.
I actually got a shipment. I bought a bike. I bought a really cool bike from this guy. It has a Beehive Springer from the 40s. And when the mailman or UPS delivered the bike in the box, he left a trail from his truck all the way to my door with like little pieces of bottom bracket and like little washers and all the little miscellaneous stuff the guy just threw in the box. So I had a trail. Literally, I went and picked it up, and there's probably half of it still in his truck when he drove off. Like, And speaking of packages, hopefully Paul Gale got something or some tracking information from Raul if he's in the chat, because he's supposed to be sending him another motor.
Bought them in at least.
Bought him in without all the fucking dildos and whatever else he put in there and duct tape and Big Ben clocks and road flares.
I like that one.
Put any animal products or any animal waste and send that to Canada either, because they pick up on that. Can't be any fruits or nothing.
You know what? I do believe you're right. No fruits, vegetables, plants, all that kind of stuff. Prohibited.
No use prophylactic, nothing. It's going through Canada. They're so strict. I mean, and that's what the passengers on planes and stuff. But when they have the package all to themselves in a big scanner box that they can't put people through, they know it's in there. They're after it. No Cuban cigars. They'll know. But I mean, U.S. Customs, you could probably get like a case of hand grenades through there. They're not going to give it. They ain't lazy. American ain't going to give a shit. You're talking patriotic Canadian Mounties and all that, and the super patriotic. Probably has to do with like the fact that they stayed in like some like Saskatchewan fire watch or something with nothing but airs for years. Yeah, right. I just kind of got soaked when I moved my sprinkler around, ignoring what we're doing here. But oh yeah, we're looking good here.
Yeah, we gave up on watering.
I mean, your sprocket, you turned it around. So
We're done. We're close. Last one.
So now I feel bad about not watching you put all those 10 bolts and get them all tightened down first.
Yeah, no, I really wasn't paying attention to notice that I had it that way. I'd already said that I wanted it myself. I wanted it inside. Oh no, we have a bolt on the ground, I think.
Another way to spread that out is you could put like 2 or 3 sprockets on there that are smaller than the 44 and bridge it out there further on like a tight build. Like you could get the like the 42 sprocket and get 4 of them and put the 44 or whatever on there, and that would bridge that out a little further. Getting it to go inside more is like the thing you don't want to do. Then you'd have to go with a smaller sprocket if it's going to touch like that 66 tooth pizza oven thing there.
Yeah.
That Leonard. I mean, you got to find a frame that's going to have pretty much a straight chainstay that does like a 90-degree turn, because it's going to want to interfere with that just to get the thing on there. Because it's made for like a mini bike type setup or a 4-stroke type setup, but there's a jack shaft and like those. That sprocket is something that someone put on like an OCC chopper, and they have those in their chain stays are like that. It's basically straight with a U bend, and there's no.
You know what I'm
angle.
going to do? I'm going to do drywall eyeball.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Drywall eyeball.
Well, it's on that. It's sitting on that hub right around the thing anyway, so that's going to hold it straight.
Yeah, I hope we can get it flat. More than that, flat will be the harder.
It should, the sprocket's going to be a little crooked, but you could probably adjust that out of it. It's not going to. The hard part is if it doesn't have anything to sit on. Got a ledge sits on, it fits almost perfectly on it.
Yeah, but not with damn rubber there. But I believe you're right though. I'm going to mush a lot of rubber out of the way. That rubber going to get thin real fast on the edge.
Just where the rubber's thin, you won't be as tight, and where the rubber's thick, you'll be a little extra tight. And the split difference, and it'll make it as straight as it can get.
Of course, it would drift in just the first 2 turns.
I wish you could still get those metal pineapple adapters that Raul's got. Remember seeing sale a while, like in the mid 2000s.
I didn't take enough time on the first 2 bolts. It's just how it is. It's just a little too much all at once.
Love that pirate. Pirate cycle, and they also had different thicknesses. There was like a red, a yellow, a blue, or something. Don't have a drill driver you can put on there,
What is that?
like impact driver drill thing.
Oh yeah, no, I would, but I'm just gonna get it snug down where it's holding center, then I'll drive these little bastards down. It needs to stay a little bit looser.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're just doing you're doing like 4 corners first, and then.
Yeah, just get something until I get all the nuts to touch. So it starts to squish it down over the center.
Hole ain't straight. Is that where you're fighting now?
Yeah. I know, I just put too much on the first one. Period. It squished it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to half squish it and do it in like whatever.
You can put a touch on everybody. We got something going. We got it already being drawn.
Like your Craftsman 1/4 inch with an extension on there. Extension gets you out of space, Socket. Have to change it relative. Quality, it's like basement Shimano, but it's better than anything you could buy at Walmart probably, or at that level.
With the Alta? Yeah, a little bit better.
I mean, not everyone's going to go out and get a $500 or $600 rear wheel and a $300 or $400 front wheel.
You know what? Even when you buy a really nice bike, really nice wheels are not part of the deal. Pretty much a given, you're going to buy a set of wheels.
Right. I mean, they put a set of wheels on it just to roll it in the like down into the showroom to sell it to you. Might be lucky to get wheels that have enough gears in it for the shifter that you have. It's about all you're getting. So you can ride. I could literally go into Walmart and get a bike, brand new bike, and trash it in the parking lot in about 4 minutes, and then bring it back in with like looking like a clown car. But if you have those like if you have 14 gauge spokes that are like there's certain ones that are stronger than even a 10 gauge.
These look stainless. It could be. I'm assuming they're probably real stainless. You're starting to get into that fingernail polish, I can tell you that.
Well, there's also the disadvantage to having too heavy a spoke, to having like a 10 gauge spoke, because it's so stiff, it's just going to beat the hell out of the hub and elongate the spoke holes. And where 15 gauge would be bending the spokes, and the hub will last a lot longer. In the two, and I 11 gauge and 12 gauge stuff, and I'll probably get 10 gauge. But I'm expecting shit out of the hubs because I'm heavy and the spokes aren't going to give much. And well, I'm really looking forward to learning how to build wheels, and I'm getting the tools for that. So
Yeah, I seen you post all those community post stuff.
cleaned up stuff. It's like dysfunctional to have 900 community posts. So what I'm doing is I'm going to do like the community post, build up to a bunch of like I'll just delete them and whatever because everybody's seen it or whatever that's into it that channel. Like opening one, going back and forth with some cylinders and stuff or whatever, talking about it. So I'll just get rid of all that other stuff so it's not so confusing to have to dig through it all. Or Leonard wants to know something like whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I'll go show you that, and I'll post that up. You're looking for whatever you're looking for. Yeah. More than happy to have Leonard anytime you want to, like whatever. I can find a part. It wouldn't matter what it is either, not just bike stuff. Like I've done this for so many years on mostly Mopar, Kawasaki, every Kawasaki engine, and we got a.
Where's my quarter-inch socket adapter? What'd you do with it?
3/8 to quarter.
No, drilled a quarter-inch drive.
Drilled a quarter.
Yeah.
You just take a hacksaw and take the nub off that extension. You're good.
All right, let me go grab it. Yeah.
You don't like that idea? The old 4-inch grinder wheel or whatever. Yeah, I like this. Now I got the moon in my background. Are you gonna take that 50cc for a spin, Jared? You messing with that a little bit?
What is that? I'm just woke up all back.
CC falls under.
Start with 7. No more savagery. Are we loving it?
I'm definitely feeling that gummy now. About an hour.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Oh, I felt
7.
the moon in the background, and I feel like I just like my arm is frozen right there. Arm is, it's like some fixture that's sitting there. I don't know. I've never done many gummies, but 500 milligram might be something to it. Yeah, that Milwaukee or something you got there?
Craftsman. You know, you can, you've been, that's the best way to get an even pressure right off the top.
Right. It's adjusted to it.
Right. Use that damn clutch to your advantage.
That, you know, because that way you don't have to go by like Stony Feel, you know.
Stony Phil.
That's whatever the number. What do you want? Number 6, 7, 8, something like that.
Using number 7, exactly. 7 seems to be perfect.
Lucky 7. Basically, everything on the China doll is like a 6 or a 7. Or the Magneto.
I think that was it. Yeah, I'll tell you.
If you're doing that, you don't.
No doubt about that. I got center. Let's see if I got flat.
You held it a little lower, we could see it. A little bit lower. There you go. Get us right in there with her. I don't see much. Maybe a little bit.
Okay, come on. That's good enough for government work.
Nothing. I mean, as good as it gets. Right. It's because they dropped the box or something. Is all that is. That's nothing.
There, I earned a BT.
The chain is going to wander around anyway a little bit and take up that, but it isn't like.
It looked really good. That was straight. That was as straight for asking somebody to eyeball it as you possibly could. I guarantee you.
Yeah,
probably hit.
It's very straight, and it's only it maybe a little bit out of like true, but nothing.
Yeah, right. The warpage, whatever you call warp, canter.
Right.
It would be called canter.
Right. That minimal. So, and the chain will wander around that sprocket a little bit anyway. So it's like that's nothing.
Centering probably is the most important because you get that tight, loose fucking thing going on. Tight, loose fucking sucks.
Right. As long as you don't have that tight, loose thing, if it wanders around a little bit, it's that ain't gonna hurt it any.
Jared D. could me online. Hey, Raul, whenever you sign up, dude, fucking Monty sucks. He never fucking says anything. Where's
I
the link?
didn't
Oh, the
see-
link was 100 years ago, dude.
You gotta actually move your camera up so we can see your face, Jared.
Yes, sir. I'm coming.
There you go. Yeah, that link was like 100 years ago. Don't blame it on me. I can't do nothing but be on here. I don't see
I know.
if anyone's on there. I got no controls.
I didn't have any control to pin it this time.
I'm not
Damn it.
one. But Raul understands that you're doing something. He can wait.
Mike Miller, thank you, sir. Yes, it looks pretty darn straight. We're putting the Avenger on tonight. Will we get all the way through? I don't know. We'll get a good little ways. We'll get a look at something. I know that it's bedtime for some people, but somebody like Raul, he's ready to rock.
Right.
So what are we working on?
We're building an Avenger.
Oh, nice.
He just
You
got the
clean it out
pineapple.
and put the motor back together.
We put the pineapple on there, your favorite friend.
I hate that pineapple rag.
I know you hate the pineapple, dude.
Actually,
I
we
got
put it
some,
on
like
twice.
Mossy said, I got some
Put it around.
vintage parts I could use, but I think I'm gonna keep those as a keepsake. They were like the second.
Lots of bitches showing up. Good evening,
Hey.
Mr.
You could wear them as a medallion because no one's got that link.
Yeah, the CNC metal pineapple rag joints is what I got.
Hey, Jared.
I got the silver one, the red one. The one I don't have is the blue one.
Right, but you know what I was saying then? If
Yes,
you was
sir,
in
I'm
the chat,
listening.
there's a bunch of colors in there.
Jared, hit me on Messenger.
Those are like the. Those are like the
Give me your mailing address. I got something to send you.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure there's an email address on my page before
Okay.
at the end of this evening, for sure.
Okay.
I know what you're saying. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Tell me now that you can click on that blue thing and fucking send somebody an email. How you do that is fucking Greek to me, dude. I shit you not. I've received several emails from Celicia and other people. I don't know how the fuck they did that.
What they do is, I think they hit the wrench and then you go to your channel, and on your channel you
No,
have your
this is
address.
before and then. You click, you go over to somebody's about page, and there's that blue highlighted thing. You click on that, you go to email, and from there, I don't know.
Hey, what's your email address, man?
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna have to go in there and fucking find out. Okay.
Okay.
I have the damn Google phone. It just keeps using my. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, because I'm going to write it down.
They made the quick share.
Okay, because I'm going to send you a message. I'm going to get your mailing address because I got something to send you.
I wanted
No.
to get Raul so I could send him something, but how did you work that out, Raul? You just do that shit in chat?
I got a mailing address.
Yeah.
Anyway, I had some fun over the weekend. Couldn't join the live.
That's fine.
My phone got hacked by a Nigerian prince or some shit.
Oh my
So
God!
much-
Did they pull it?
Right.
No, they tried to hack into my phone and try to give me like ransomware. I owe them 2,000 Bitcoin, or they're not going to give me my fucking phone service back or whatever.
Yeah. It's that, that's what is his name? Hunter Biden doing that,
I doubt it. But anyway, phone's working, my internet's working. I'm back on here.
All right. Get in here too. God dang it! I didn't notice him come in. A few people probably popped through here that I didn't get to say hi to. Mike and Leo, Drone Days, Paul.
So when you go to check your email, watch what you're clicking on.
Yeah, because I don't click on links. If you send me a link through the email thing, which happens, some spam gets in there. I don't click on none of that shit, dude. It's from UPS. I never gave UPS no fucking email address. What?
All I can say
Anyway,
is fucking
Mossy.
dog.
I might need your help on a little something, something.
I
Do
see
you have
I'm
an
watching you
extra?
on my
Do you
own
have
too.
an Do you happen to have an extra
That's the best way to do it, dude.
Yeah.
21
Yeah.
carburetor with all the jets?
What?
A
21 what?
PWK 21 carburetor with all the jets.
I don't have a PWK, but I have a 21 brand new 21 carburetor with all the jets.
Why can't
A
you
brand
get
new
one?
and not even used.
Well,
It's
I
a
wanted to
$30
buy.
carburetor.
I wanted to buy the one from Hyperpowered Bikes, but they won't send that carburetor to Pennsylvania. Something about
Don't buy that
EPA.
carburetor.
Yeah.
Don't buy the
Yeah.
carburetor. Get the Makuni one. Get like that.
I ran
knockoff-
into that a lot when I want carburetors or certain things for the engine. Certain stuff Illinois doesn't allow either, so it's like
Right. So
Yeah, I
you
watch
want-
Roger Bike Guys too, Roger. Did you take those, Raul?
Skip, you funny. That's not what it was. It was some Nigerian prince trying to hack me and shit.
Get that LPL carburetor from somewhere else,
Look on
like
site, wait a
Amazon.
minute.
Because you get the
Let me do one
Makuni
more
one,
project.
those jets off of eBay and things.
the only
Yeah,
PWK carburetors I have are is a 24 millimeter and a 28 millimeter.
All right. You don't have the 21?
I have a 21, a brand new 21, not even used. It's still in a box. But I don't think it's PWK. It's a black and red one. I ordered it
Right.
off Amazon.
It's called a Makuni, but it's spelled wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
The
That's
middle
it.
box.
That's it.
They get them in 21 and 24 or whatever. They're cheap. They're good carburetor. And then you just get the jet kits off of eBay, for all the jets and shit, like the 30-piece jet, whatever. Make sure you get
Yeah.
the ones that are like 90 through like 140 or something, not big ones.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I mean,
I don't know
got
if
that
y'all
stuff.
seen. I don't know if
Like,
y'all seen the video that I posted, but I got them two parts from Smolik. I got the
Did you?
rubber hose and I got the 32 Engage thing. The
But you don't
intake.
need me to buy that for you because they're not restricted to that. It's just that's probably like just hybrid. Maybe they're out of stock and that's what they put on there or something. But you should be able to get those anywhere. They come in a metal box. You'll love it. It comes with a couple of jets, but just get the 30-piece jet set. And you can get it all off of Amazon or eBay or wherever.
Yeah. They're like
See,
$10, man.
I wanted the damn jets included though. That's the thing.
Can't get the jets included. Like that one that I had on the shorts, I put that together. I got that off of eBay.
Yeah, I know you did.
Every time I order a carburetor, I get jets with it. I get extra jets with it. And then if I want a whole set of jets, it's like $10 on Amazon, man, for a whole set of jets.
I got that box of jets separate from the carburetor, and then I just filled it full of shit. There was probably like 5 or 6 jet kits in there.
Yeah.
Like the jets, I had so I just like the box, and that box would fit inside the metal box. So I had a jet. I bought a $10 jet, and then I bought another couple of different stuff and put it all in there. So I had the pilots, and I had all that shit in that styrofoam.
Okay.
Bought
That
it separate.
last short video I made. That last short video I made of me on the porch, sitting in front of my bike there, talking about how fast the thing's fast. The MS460 with a 21 millimeter. I had a 28 millimeter on it. It blew me away. And I figured I'd switch down to the 21 millimeter. And I'm still like flying like crazy. It's too fast for in town. I got
Still flying.
It's going to be too fast. It's going to be way too fast. There's no way to slow it down.
Yeah. It's like I got to put it in my van and take it out to a country road because I live in the city. I live downtown in the city, and I'm afraid to start it up down here because I'm afraid it might hit someone. I mean, it just goes. When you hit that jet.
Like what I would do is I'd take that motor off and put on like a Phantom or Avenger or YD100 or something that's reasonable, and then you could sell that Hinson motor and get like 3 of those like decent motors that are going to be reasonable for you. That ain't crazy.
I
That's a
have
race-
two. I have two MS 460s. I got one that's brand new and one that's on my bike.
It's stiffer than I thought, man. I'm gonna grab a wrench.
You want to save that for a track. Those are made for a racetrack, and to get yourself.
I
like
know. I didn't know that. And when I first bought, these are my first engines I bought. Okay, I've only gotten in this a couple of years ago. You know, this whole motorized, and I'm still learning a lot. And Ken never really told me that they were racing engines, and I had no idea. And they're 110 cc's, and I'm like, oh
That's all
man,
That's all Ken does. So Ken.
yeah, I didn't know that.
That's all he does. He wants something. He don't make a little motor.
Yeah, I paid $500 for each engine.
But yeah, you got some kick-ass engines if you want to go
Yeah.
racing. But if you want something to cruise around town, you get you like an Avenger 85 or Phantom.
Yeah,
Whatever. There's one of those ones that like the 52 millimeter ones, and like Jared's doing right now. Those are like.
I tell you what, Jared, that motor when you put it back together and you run that sucker,
Yeah.
she's loud.
Don't too much motor that you need.
Yeah.
You know.
She's loud.
I
You'll
cannot.
find out.
I can't cruise. I can't cruise at 10 or 15 miles an hour. The engine will kill. You know. I mean, it doesn't start. It doesn't start going until I hit about 16 miles an hour on up. Then it'll kick in. And
Right.
once and I can't slow it down unless I'm idling. I can idle it by pushing the clutch and idle it, but
Those
I
race
can't,
engines are unrideable. Those race engines are unrideable on the street.
yeah, I'm finding that out. I found that out.
It's going to be hard on you, the bike and the motor and everything.
Yeah. Those things, that thing took off the other day, and I'm glad there was no traffic, man, because I didn't have my speedometer working, but man, I was gone. I was gone.
That's like an animal letting out of a cage, that thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
even a Phantom or whatever is going to be tamer. You know. It's
Yeah.
like,
I told Jared I'm gonna switch to a 4-stroke.
Force, balls to the wall too.
Yeah, well, a 4-stroke, it's mostly torque.
It's probably going to be a good bike. Like it's going to be manageable. A 212 might be too much. You don't want to be. You'll be doing 70 on it.
Yeah.
Take off
Well,
better.
I mean, if I do a 100cc 4-stroke and just do the 44.2s, I only should do about 35-40. If I try to put a 44.2s on this thing, it doesn't matter. It'll still take off like a bat out of hell. This MS 460 is gone. You know?
I'd get an Avenger and try that out. That's going to have a lot less power, like half the power, but it's still going to have like enough.
Yeah.
Double the regular China doll or more.
Yeah.
Something reasonable, because those are more street savvy. Basically, you could top out the Avenger, and that Ken Hinson isn't even fucking like quarter throttle.
Oh, I know. I've never really taken my bike up to full throttle. I'm scared to. I really am.
Right, and you don't want something to be scared of. But you got some valuable motors. You got some real valuable motors.
When I got stopped by the cop that time doing 93.2 miles an hour when I had the 28 millimeter on it carburetor, I was only at half to 3/4 throttle. I wasn't even at full throttle. So it's like, it was, and it was scary then, And when he told me how fast I was going, that's what scared the hell out of me because I knew I was flying.
The Avenger might do 60 with a pipe and shit to get. It probably do like a third of that or 2/3 of that.
50, 60, I can handle that, But just because it goes that fast doesn't mean I'm going to drive it that fast. I only want to do about 35-40,
You'll be able to max out. You'll be able to max it out on an Avenger, a Phantom or whatever. You'll be able to max that out, but it'll also have bottom coming up. so it won't be all top end, all screaming.
You know what? I'm skipping that.
You'll have a nice little street machine that'll max out about where that Ken Hinson's just starting to get hot into it.
Yeah.
Do 120 miles an hour with like a 26.2 sprocket or something on it, because it's going to turn, maybe 18,000 RPM.
Yeah. I'm running a 32 T sprocket right now.
The Ken Hinson's probably going to have about like 4 horsepower at 18,000.
Damn.
Still pulling.
I'm gonna get me a nice easy 4-stroke, something a little bit more my speed. I mean, I used to
4 horsepower at like maybe 10,000 RPM.
Yeah. Nice little 4-stroke, 100cc 4-stroke that with a 44, because they're more for torque and cruising and relaxing, One of my friends had one, and I took it for a spin. It was a real nice, relaxing ride, And
Phantom's going to make 6 horsepower at like 25, 30 miles an hour. That's right when you need it,
Yeah.
Like if you're going around traffic or something. The Ken Hinson's going to make its power at like.
I took his for a spin. He took mine for a spin, and when he got back with mine, he's like, "You can have it." He goes, "Man, that thing's fast." I go, "Yeah, I told you."
If Leonard's in the chat, Leonard probably make you an offer on them because he's into that racing. Leonard, a roller.
Yeah.
He just bought one of them, and Leonard probably buy both of those you have off you. And you could get set up with a bunch of stuff that's 52 millimeter, or maybe Athena or Minarelli. That's going to make
That's even more.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
more than
I've got
I've got
the one that's on my bike, and then I got the brand new one in my closet that's never been used.
Right.
Yeah, I'll keep using that. You'll get used to it. It'll get funner and funner.
You get your Minarelli and an Avenger or something to play with, a couple different motors or something, and you have money in your pocket.
Yeah.
For pipe and everything else. And like the Minarelli is a little better than the Avenger and Phantom stuff because it's a cylinder, it's a scooter cylinder. But it's like a couple of steps before you get to Ken Hinson, because the Piaggio and the Ken Hinson are right there together. So you're like,
the Ken Hinson motors. I didn't realize they were high speed motors. I didn't realize that when I bought them.
It's probably like 15 or 16 horsepower.
Yeah.
That'll turn all that high RPM.
Yeah.
And then you got like the Minarelli that's probably going to be around maybe 10 or 12. And then the Phantom's going to be around like 6 or 8.
Yeah, I got both my engines now are the MS 460s. I got 2 of them. I got one unused and the one used that's on my bike. And man, if someone wants to make me a deal on them, I'd be more than happy to get rid of them. I give me a nice little 4-stroke, more my speed,
Well, like those motors that OP1's.
Yes, you know now why I had to pull them out. I'd already ripped one out of there.
What was that?
Nothing, sir.
Well, basically, OP1 Zilla's.
How much you want for one of them MS 460 engines?
Well, when I bought them brand new, I paid $500 a piece for them.
Mm-hmm.
So what asking price are you looking for?
500.
No.
Okay, you're right. He takes 650. He's a negotiable guy.
Both of them? One of them's brand new and one of them's
for one of them, for the one that's not used. You said
for the new one, for the one that's not used. One that's not used. I'll do
on that. You'd be lucky to get
425. Probably 425.
425 seems reasonable.
Right. Yeah. You're lucky to get one of them motors.
Plus shipping.
What the heck are you doing, Jared? You painting parts now?
Yeah. I'll be back in a sec.
But you want a pipe and the carb and everything for it too, Raul.
Yeah, I want the big carburetor for it too.
Well, you got all that too. Got all that too. So you might want to get one big sweeping box of it, and then, you know, while you're at it, because you're not going to find it any better than he's already got it proven. You know.
Jared's over here painting parts, I guess.
I was you, Raul, I'd buy his motor that he's got running, that he's already been running, and some carburetors and stuff for like $425 or whatever, and get the whole kit that's already off his bike, and you don't have to mess with it, pipe and all and everything, for like make a deal on that. And then the new motor.
This is a new one.
Let someone
This
else
one's
buy
never
it.
been used.
I get the running one because he's never really done nothing but break it in anyway. It's just too radical.
This is a brand new one. This is one that I never used.
All right. Now, what kind of pipe can hook up to that motor there? The tailpipe.
Tailpipe, just about anything you got.
What Rule wants is he wants to buy your pipe and carburetors and everything that you've been running on that in one box, and he don't want the new motor because the one you already have running is just all broken and everything. It's not wore out or nothing. It's not tired. So what Raul would use, because he's gonna have to get it all anyway, is all the pipe and every kit you have on your bike. Just pull the motor off your bike, throw it in a box, and see what Raul wants to give you for it, and work it out that way. Because if you got the new motor, then you'd have to buy all that pipe and everything else and all the kit to with it, and the guy's already got it. You know? And then you got a new motor.
Did it come with pipe and everything?
That wants to buy
Yeah.
the
I'll send the, what you mean as far as an exhaust?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you're,
My exhaust, I'm running one of those flexi pipes on it.
Really, the flexi pipe.
Poo, 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 poo for you. I love it.
hey,
Yeah.
you got the
I did
carb
not
though.
know. I didn't know them pipes could fit on that damn cylinder.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the pipe, it's the fact that he's welded the flange on it and it fits, is what you want to get around, so you don't have to mess with that, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I didn't weld nothing.
Here, he's already got the intake and the carburetor and all that. There's more to it than just a carburetor sitting there.
I'm gonna, if you want the one on my bike,
You throttle cable and everything, because the throttle's set up for that carb, that big, open, huge carb.
yeah,
He's not gonna-
I'll send you the carburetor, everything for it, man.
All right.
Everything that's attached to one on the bike.
Chinese,
Huh?
Is that all that pain in the ass of setting it up is what you want, so you can just put it on a bike, and then you know it
Yeah.
runs because he's run it,
Oh yeah.
instead of having to start over from scratch with just a motor and then searching for shit when these guys got it right there, like next door, next box over.
Yeah, we're over here painting parts. It
Think-
looks like
Okay, you're gonna need
we're
all
putting
this other
on
stuff.
makeup.
makeup.
Yeah,
I did not know the motor was a girl.
it is officially now.
This is where that poo-poo pipe is
Her
valuable.
name is
Pipe, and then you can
I
cut
don't
that
know.
pipe on it. You know what I mean?
Susan.
Yeah.
The pipe from his pipe. Once he's already got
Susan.
the in it.
I don't know.
Well,
Once
the
you get
flexi
that,
pipe I have on it is, the pipe I have on it is tore up.
It's
Right.
tore up.
Yeah, it's,
flange is good, and all you need is a flange part, is what I'm getting at.
yeah.
The pipe attached to the motor is all you need that fits that saw motor. That's
Because, on the
rectangle.
tail end where the pipe, gets bolted onto that little piece, it came off, and there's a little hole right there in the tail end of the muffler there.
Right.
Where the screw is, so that pipe is, I mean, it works, I mean.
Right. I mean, where the pipe bolts onto the cylinder, that rectangle. piece.
Oh,
Because I just got that part from OP1 Zilla, the little rubber ID hose with the 32 intake.
You're going to need a rectangle flange. You're going to need a rectangle flange to attach to the cylinder.
yeah, yeah.
Not the China doll or a Phantom or nothing. A saw cylinder is totally different. It's a rectangle piece.
Yeah. Yeah, I got. Yeah, I definitely got one of those.
Right, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And you could cut that poo-poo off and put another thing, anything on it. You put a new poo-poo on it, or you could put a pipe off anything, NZ65. But you'd have to but you'd at least have that part that's get you started, and it would just be putting another piece on, the nipple piece or whatever. What do you
Yeah,
call it?
because I know my way around that stick welder and fucking,
Right,
you know, I know how to get that motherfucker working to where I need to weld the pipe and shit.
right. And the one thing you're gonna need is you're gonna need that flange that goes on the saw motor, the adapter flange.
Yeah, Uplandzilla says a saw shop sells that.
Right, you can get that there, and you can get it for, like a muffler for a saw, and cut that up and use that.
Fucking bought this thing.
But yeah, you can buy one. You can buy one of those. But you
Anyway,
then you
Jared Skip says the motor's name is Maybelline.
Maybelline. Maybelline.
if Leonard's in the chat, because he's doing something with his saw motor, he's going to need those square flanges. And DLH used to sell them. There's a couple places that sell them. Still dealer sells them. You can get it from Still.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to measure. I do believe his saw cylinder is a little bit bigger. It's the 60
Right, they're all
millimeter saw jug.
but it's still the same flange, like the same concept. It's a bigger flange, but you still got to have something to weld the pipe to.
Yeah.
To
Plus, he told me he's gonna put that big ass sprocket on that saw build, that 66 teeth. That thing's
Right.
gonna be hauling ass.
But if you get a saw motor, you're gonna have to put that and make that rectangle into a pipe with that, like it's a 1/4-inch thick piece of steel or whatever. Or you can do it with a muffler. You can do it a couple different ways.
Hey, Mossy, you're pretty good at calculations, right?
Oh yeah, no, totally. He's a math magician.
Okay, Leonard's running the 66 tooth, and then that jack shaft gearing, and then the 10 tooth gearing on the saw build. How fast do you think that would be?
I don't know, maybe like 7 miles an hour. At
Nah,
like
I think it's more than that.
it's like 12 miles an hour at like 22,000 RPM.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty slow. It's gonna have stump pulling capabilities.
Right.
He said he wanted to build a mountain climber, so he's got a mountain climber.
The motor's going to be like yellow hot after about 20 minutes of going wherever it goes.
Yeah.
Exhaust pipe.
You do have a problem with that. There's no doubt about that. What does it want to run? It wants to be running around 4,000 RPM or so. This keeps it from redlining. I mean, period. I don't care. That is where you start to balance your sprocket. How fast, But what about fucking somebody's higher speed motor like Life's Adventure? I'm not sure what it's supposed to live at.
Right. Well, the whole point of having different size sprockets is so you can balance the torque to top end and stuff.
I wanted a 36.
Torque ratio, gear ratio, you name it.
I'm afraid it's going to be all revved up.
Ratio, like whatever you.
Hey, Jerry, a 36 on a 2-stroke. You're I don't care what engine you got. That's fast. That's fast, man.
I believe you. But it also brings the puts more load on the motor and helps quiet it down and smooth it out.
I'm running a 36 on a Phantom build that I have.
Jared's got the 44 2 sprocket on it, so he'll probably
pretty low gear, and I feel
50 miles an hour. You don't want to go faster than 50, Jared.
Yeah, I don't want to go faster than 50. I don't know why you would say that.
Jared, it'd probably be 45, 50.
From anything smaller than a 40 tooth sprocket is like your friend.
Yeah, I got a 32 tooth on mine, and when I went up to a 44 tooth, it didn't make any difference, man. I felt like I had a rocket up my ass, man. Fuck.
Well, the
Yeah, but
Avenger.
44 is good for hill climbing and shit.
Well,
Going
the
up
thing
an
Yeah.
is,
incline.
Yeah,
But
but
the
you
Avenger
still with
Avenger
a two stroke. With a
it's
two
shitty
stroke,
cylinder.
you're still struggling with a two stroke. You get up a hill with 44 tooth. Even with
Right,
all
right.
that power I got.
Right.
Uh,
I
Oh,
don't know.
You'll be
oh,
up the hill in like 2 seconds.
I mean,
well, I
if
think you struggle up
if you
that
get a
hill
running
roll.
start, if you get a running start, you got it. But to start out on a two
No.
stroke, you might make it. You know.
I got a 40
Bottom
40 tooth on a stock Avenger and that thing pulls me up a hill.
two strokes have to have RPM to make power. They don't have any bottom end like a 4-stroke off the off the line. You know, like from 1 RPM.
It's
A
always
4-stroke
better to get a rolling start with that son bitch. Basically, what he's saying.
Yeah. Yep.
from 1 RPM all the way up and gaining. A 2-stroke has almost no power until it starts to get to like 4 or 5 grand or whatever. Then it starts to have power.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right,
Yes.
Leonard says
Have to be going along
127 cc 12 tooth
on the hill.
pulling a 66 tooth.
Start at the
And it's
bottom of
a
the hill. If
it's
you
a
walk-
60 millimeter piston. That's slightly bigger than the Phantom, huh? Yeah.
I hope he burns his leg.
66 pocket.
My my MS 460s are 54 millimeters.
Right. Well, the
So
Avenger,
that's an extra 2
Avenger
millimeter
Phantom.
on the piston.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Those
There's no
cylinders-
replacement for displacement.
piston in the from the saw to the Phantom. The Phantom in the Avenger are basically like a really cheap copy of a saw cylinder
Yeah, I think so.
adapted to the motorized bike like carburetors and stuff. And so it's like, you know, the Phantom and all that's a really shitty knockoff of a saw carburetor, a saw jug anyway. So that's why they don't make as much power and whatnot. You can't get as much
I don't
power.
know. When you first get it a Phantom engine, that thing's got some power. But once you break the motor in, it like loses some of that power because, well, I already explained it. They'd be putting like shit piston rings in with the saw.
Right.
That's why I changed everything out.
Oh, because they put in bad rings. God damn it. Well, shit, man. What's mine going to make? Just barely down the road, huh?
It still runs. Y'all
it's-
heard that damn motor? That thing's loud as shit. That's why it's called the Super Phantom Menace 85.
Super fan of minute.
Better ports and the saw cylinder is like a better material. It's just a better cylinder all the way around. If you look
I
at
just
the
wish I got a couple of them fucking the new builds from fucking
So you can
Smolik
port
when he
it-
was
you
making
can
them Menace 85 SS engines.
port
I believe,
a saw cylinder better or more aggressive than you can.
I believe OP1 Zilla said they were Nikasol cast cylinders. I missed
better
out when
quality.
I missed out when they were making those.
Everything is like substantially better in the saw. Like if you got a highway or reputable saw cylinder. This is the way the piston and the transfers are lined up, and because the fuel goes through the piston, through the side of the piston and into the transfers.
Yeah, and then it makes the power. But if you got shitty piston rings, like when bicycle engines first came out with the Phantom motors, they were using like some chink piston rings.
Like if you know, like if you look at the saw
Hey,
piston,
Jared.
you put the saw
Jared.
piston
Yes, sir.
and the Phantom is the same
You
difference.
interested in MS 460?
I know, sir. No. I have my Avenger. I'll probably do me in pretty good for a good while. I
Yeah.
have high hopes for mine.
It'll be just like
that
having a
Avenger-
rocket up your ass, man.
Yeah.
Damn rocket.
That Avenger's got some power.
Yeah, does it?
Right. Well,
I don't
check
know. I
this
mean,
out,
I don't know. Well, Raul is a good judge. He says it's got,
Yeah, it's got
OP1,
good power.
Mike Miller. There's quite a few people now who played with them, and apparently there is quite a bit to be had.
There's a lot of power and they're a really good motor, but they're not like 14 horsepower.
No,
I gotta
Yeah, I
get
know.
me a tunage pipe for the Phantom and the Avenger.
Piaggio that's got 22 horsepower, or whatever.
I
I'm
need
fine.
expansion chamber for the both.
The Minarelli's probably got 12 or 14 if it's ported right.
I don't have a lot of road surfaces for all the higher.
The Avenger's not like Little Evil power. That's what
No
I'm getting
kidding.
at. The different levels of it.
No, but
It's
I
not-
heard that that Minarelli's got some power, and so does that Athena.
Right. There's a lot of options for it.
But
Lot
that's
of
because of the ports and the transfers and the spacer plate and shit.
What the saw cylinder has going for it, and what a lot of people don't understand about the saw cylinder, is to make power in a saw cylinder, you port the piston between the webbing and the pin, what you do is where the piston is open on the inside, where the wrist pin is, and the webbing in there, you take all the casting flash out of there, so it's smooth, and then the width of that opening where there's no like, what do you call it, the skirt where it's open there, you want to
The
widen your
piston
port.
skirt. The piston
Right,
skirt.
between the piston skirts on the saw piston where it's open, you want to open your transfers up to the width of that, so when the fuel comes in, it doesn't hit any obstruction. It's able to flow through the piston, it's able to go into the transfers without hitting a wall on the edge. You widen it out, and then you can get inside with a good casting, like a saw casting, like any one of those, like Highway or whatever. It's such a better quality material, and they're already bigger anyway for the transfers. And you get in there, and they're already better quality, and then you can get your angles right. It's a better metal to work with. It's Nikasil plated, so it's like a super killer cylinder. And then you run in the same.
Smolik was making like the new Phantom cylinders with that Nicosol mix shit, but I
you
missed
take
out
like
when he was selling those though.
You can put a 380 piston in a 460, and it's a millimeter taller. And you can also get like a pop-up piston for a saw.
Yeah, when you do the MS 380, I'm working on that right now. I think it gives you more compression.
Right.
It's just
And
that
you can also get
the
an MS.
piston's a little taller.
But if you want more compression, you can also go with like an MS460 pop-up piston that the middle of the piston's popped up and not the whole
Yeah,
piston.
the things like that. Instead of
Right.
it being flat, it's like
It's got a pop-up. It's called a pop. It's got like an extra millimeter, but right where the compression thing is on a saw cylinder. So if you went on your, what is it, Saws Again, or Wolf Creek, you go into Wolf Creek, you get the 460.
you've been following me, huh, Mossy? Wolf's Creek
That's where I
Shop.
get it from.
Yeah.
That's where I get it
They
from.
sell good. They sell good shit. I do
And they're
believe
cheap
that.
too.
Yeah, I do believe that Mike Miller was running the How
Right.
was it?
Well,
The
they got
meter
the Raoul-
piston, the big bore meter piston fix for the Phantom.
Well, when I went to Saws Again, Saw Salvage or whatever, I went in there and I got them Raoul Duke coated whatever it is, coated piston.
The performance
Black
pistons.
The $21 black ones that Jared probably want to get, and throw that fucking one that came from China right and I'll use it as an ashtray. I put roaches or something in it. You get the Duke's coated piston, the MS 460, and then get the 460 wrist pin that comes with it, and the pin or whatever will come with it. But then you get the whatever.
I've been
MS
shopping around, and that company, Little Red Barn. I think I'm saying that right. Little Red Barn.
Barn's another one. You can get it like for $10. You can get the 460 wrist pin. Like
but they're making the pistons for the Avengers now. The Husqvarna one ring piston, 272 XP.
Right,
Little Red Barn makes them, and it looks like a saw piston instead of the
what it is.
Chinese version.
Those will work. It's a
Yeah.
single ring. That's like the direct replacement anyway, really. It's what that comes with it. And so
Yep.
you could run a single ring. I don't know how, I haven't got one of those, so I don't know if it's taller or smaller than a 460. Like the difference between the height between the deck and the pin, but if you got one, try it. You'd might have put like a different gasket or remove the gasket or put a gasket in a shim or something. And you get those shims from Hybrid, or you can get them shims from Smolik, like a millimeter. And
Well, that's the thing. I wanted to get some of them cylinder shims from Smolik. He sold out of them real quickly.
And you're his
You
buddy.
can still get them from Hybrid Powered Bikes, but
And you're his buddy right down the street, and he didn't save you one.
nah.
Time you got
Everybody-
small-
Everybody ran over there when I was talking parts, and they bought a bunch of them.
You know what you can get them for? Is if Smolik don't have them, try Hybrid. You probably did anyway, right? You could probably
Yeah.
get them.
Hybrid has them. I think they're for like $2-3. Let me go double check.
Right. And Hybrid has them in like it's a plastic gasket or something. They have a couple different ones. So check that out before they sell out, because the Smolik sold out. While we're talking about this, there's like 18 people just bought them. We're up here using our computer for this. They're on that computer going, "Oh shit! I just might as well get 3 or 4 more of them then while I'm at it." Like,
Hey, Jerry, I put my email up in our chat.
All righty, sir. I'll come back and find it there.
Yeah.
It's probably even easier to just put it on at a comment at the end.
browse
Or
over there, buying
I'll go over
those-
your page, dude, and in
$5
that story that you wrote, I'll comment with you and
$5.
we'll trade it there.
You're gonna
You know what I'm
need
talking
it,
about?
so it don't matter
I
if
might
it's
have to get-
$50, $3. You need it. You're gonna have to get those. Because OP1's doing it that way. He's already got them. Everyone that runs those gets those spacers. Jared's gonna need one, but he don't know it yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
what's the space for?
On our personal chat, on our private chat,
Spacers, because
that
your
we
cylinders need- everybody puts them on
is
there for some reason.
is my email address.
I tell you what, Jared could get away with though, because I already tested this.
You
All
wanna
right,
lose-
Jared, how many of them head gaskets do you have? You just have the one?
I think it's just the one.
You can get away with putting 2 on there.
What would I want to fucking reduce that bar for?
Because you're
The
not going
poor
to get the regular
timing.
spacer that fits it. If you get the spacer, you're golden. If you don't get the spacer, you got to stack up shit and whatever. Clown show.
What are you trying to raise
Well,
something?
I raised mine by using 2 of them
That's it.
papers,
Yeah.
them
'Cause I've been
paper
following
gasket
folks.
spacers. It changes
Right.
the engine timing just a little bit.
And Hybrid's got them. And Smolik just sold out of them, but that's what you need so you can put a regular head gasket on it, like a whatever, an LD 100 or something, or just a one that comes with it. And he says, and that's how they measure out. Like everyone that does those has those on there. Or Roll does it with a bunch of stacked up stuff, and that's fine too. But you want to have it. But you're talking a $5 item. This isn't something that's like it's well worth the $5. Or what was Smolik selling them for? Someone was, I think, California Motorbikes was selling them for like less than that. I think. You got.
I
two of
think
them for
Smolik was going to
$6.
give you. Let me see if I remember the price. I think it was two
Yeah, I knew it was
spaces
gonna be.
for.
Two of them
what
for
was it?
Steve bought 2. Yeah.
I think it was $12 or $15 for 2.
Right, but still, it's like a $5 or $6 thing.
Yeah.
I got them Smolik ones. I got the what is it? The hybrid ones. I got a whole bunch of them from different places. The California Motorbikes has one. California Motorbikes has just the exhaust piece. If you're looking for just the moped muffler. And I was looking at this is what I was looking at the other day. Is I want to get one of those Phantom. I think they're like $80 now. That the Phantom pipe just for the exhaust and such a pretty chrome pipe, and I'll put that on something like it's a muffler. That
Jared's reassembling his engine right now.
Yeah, I'm just putting them damn old lock studs back on there. I should have put a lock nut on this thing. I don't know what the hell I was just thinking. Stoner.
Yeah.
I should have bought one of those Phantom pipes. I should have bought like 2 of those Phantom pipes when they were on bicycle engines for like $40. And I never
They'll come
did.
back. They'll come back in stock.
Came back, but now they want like 80 for them.
Yeah, because they're selling like hotcakes. But anyway,
Right.
did you see what I did with my old Phantom muffler exhaust? I turned it into a lawnmower muffler, and it screws into that plain Jane pipe on the one motor build. It works too.
Oh, the hell I was thinking.
Well, let's show us, bro.
You already seen the video. It's already on my YouTube. The Menace motor, or whatever the hell I called it. The Majin Menace, or whatever.
Yeah. I've been distracted. I haven't noticed the YouTubes yet lately.
Yeah, it sounds like a Phantom motor, but it's like I got like a really quiet fucking muffler on it.
That Phantom has like the prettiest pipe of all. Like even for nothing compares to how pretty that chrome pipe is for that Phantom. And I want that muffler piece.
Yeah, because it comes out, goes around the tubing of the bike, and then the pipe just goes straight down like that.
Right. It's all quality. It's thick. It's got a good chrome on it. Because I seen one around
You know
here.
someone used a MIG or a TIG weld to put that pipe together.
Yeah. I need that. Need it.
That thing's vintage.
But I'm gonna cut it off, and I'm gonna cut it off at like an inch long.
Okay, my email is up in chat.
X65, the FMF fatty. I'm gonna have that FMF fatty come out, and then I want the Phantom exhaust muffler on there, on the end of the fatty.
Yeah, and then re-weld it on the end of the fatty.
Right, I could do that. Yeah. And it'd be like.
Now, Jared, check the piston. Make sure the arrow's pointing towards the exhaust port.
Leonard, did you get my
I like that one.
get my email? I put it up there, Leonard.
Yeah, he posted his email. It's up
Yeah.
in the comments, sir.
Oh.
Is Leonard thinking about buying that motor off you?
I don't know. I'll find out.
I was thinking about buying it. Shit. I gotta get the money together first, though.
Yeah.
But you should see it, the huge ass collection of motors that Leonard's got.
Leonard sold his Harley Davidson, so that's why Leonard's rich right now.
Oh, he sold his Harley? Oh, shit.
So he's gonna.
The only time I want to go that type of speed
Harley
on a bike if it's a motorcycle, you know.
Yeah.
Harley's
So
too
that's
big.
where he came up with all that money. Shit. No
He's
wonder
gonna-
he's buying Piaggios and fucking.
Right? He's going racing, and the
Yeah.
Harley was got him there because he was too big and heavy anyway for him. But some boss Harley, he wanted to buy a truck, so he must have got bunch for that Harley. He put a tire on it. He's and all that.
Well, anyway, the bottom end for the Avenger motor, that's a YD 100, 2 crankcaps with a crank rod that weighs less than what the Phantom 85 crank is, and the motor spins up a little bit faster.
And that Phantom crank's like a ZM 100 crank.
Yeah, ZMN 100 crank rod.
And then.
But they both use the 12mm wrist pin bearing.
Right. And then 110 motors or the 110 cranks that are like $30 are also a ZMN 100 and 12mm.
Yeah, but the only difference is they widen it, the 2 parts out. So when you
Right.
put the engine together, it's a little wider because the motor's like real huge.
And so what's the difference between the Phantom and the Avenger crank?
The Avenger crank weighs less, The Phantom crank weighs more
So the
because
Phantom crank,
one's a torque build and the other one's for like speed, I think.
because the
If that
110,
makes
them ZMN 100s that I got, the cranks were actually fatter. Like a little bit anyway. They were fatter. They were heavier and they were fatter, like wider cheeks.
so you bought a whole bunch of those then.
Yeah, but those are a lot fatter and heavier. But I've never had the bottom end out of the Avenger, so I don't know. But those are a lot fatter than like a YD 100 one. And so I think the Avenger might be the YD 100 bottom end. You know, the YD 100 crank, because the 110 is bigger in the and that's the same one that because the ZMN 100 is Zeta.
Yeah. Don't forget, they also got cranks for the what the hell is it? ZAE 80 crank, and then they
So
got the ones for the ZL 40
Right.
and J.
That's the Zeta.
What's the
That's
other
also-
ones? JS 50. I think
Right.
I'm saying that right. They got
That's
all
all-
weird numbers stamped on the crank rods and shit.
But yeah, like so there's like the Zeta 12 millimeter big fat boy. Then there's like the YD 100, the YD style, young style. That's
Yeah,
the
but it depends on which one because the old YD 100 cranks are for the 10 millimeter wrist pin bearing.
right. They just put that whatever what is it? The 85 12 millimeter pin wrist thing on the YD bottom. They're already making the YD bottom, so they just put the 12 millimeter wrist not wrist pin, but the con rod on there. And the Zeta is a fatter one on the Phantom and all that. I don't know.
Looks like Jared's trying to see if everything lines up.
The bigger that crank is, you're going to get more crank. You're going to get more pressure in the case, and you'll be able to draw more fuel in.
That's what I might do. I might put the MS380 piston in there.
Because you can stuff that case a little bit. I mean, it's not going to get you a lot, but it probably helps you more on idle than it does on power. Have a stuffed up case so that it can draw more idling and shit on the low end. Might want to crack open a little faster. It isn't going to get any more power, but it's always better to have a little more vacuum or run a smaller carburetor than a bigger carburetor. You're going to have a better bottom end because it's, the bigger carburetor is just, it's too, it's not going to give it to the low end. It's too big. It can't draw enough fuel.
Hey, Jared, you trying to check the squish, make sure everything fits back?
The squish. Check my squish. Yeah, how far we were gonna go. I need to. Man, I'm so parched. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette to try to quench my thirst.
Well, you should have a drink with you too, since you're sitting there putting it back together.
Once he checks his squish, it's all that matters because
Hey, what'd you say, Raul? You used 2 paper gaskets, you said?
Yeah, see, when you get a Phantom motor, okay, you can get away with like putting 2 paper gaskets at the bottom.
Uh-huh.
It works. I did it for the Avenger.
that gives it that 2 millimeter that the spacer would give you.
Yeah, exactly.
You see me check it with that other gasket you sent, didn't you? You see me check that. Motherfucker, you're like, God
That's
damn
what
it.
we were talking about with the you could
That
use the serial
motherfucker went on easy.
$5 and $6.
Anyway, them gaskets, they match up with the YD 100, the Avenger 85, the Phantom. It's all the same gasket for that bottom end that Jared's messing with.
Right, they're all 50 millimeter.
Yep. I see you did your research, Mossy.
Right. The Jog 90 horizontal Minarelli is 50 millimeter. That Obi-Wan's.
I told OP1 Zilly he should just get that Avengerelli cylinder and make a super motor.
Avengerelli.
Yeah, it's all a lot of 50
Because
millimeter.
Smolik sells those cylinders now. It's
That
basically the Avenger cylinder, but it's like all ported and cut in the back to fit one of them bigger carburetors and reed valve kit.
The 110 engine, that jumbo 110 engine, is 60 millimeters. That Lemon
Damn.
one is 60. So that's got a huge deck on it. So you could put like an 070. You could put a huge saw motor on it, like a 660. It's just a huge deck and a lot of space between. And you're never going to
Plus,
find a
when
big.
you got to put it down, you got to make sure everything fits. You don't want anything to be
Right.
off or lopsided.
It's just so much bigger. Like the 110, like the 110 CDH 110 bottom end is as big as like compared like the makes the YD 100 look like a 6680 cc.
Skip says, if your SIGs don't taste like oil, Jared, you're not putting enough into the build.
YD is bigger than the 60C, and the 110 is like that much more bigger than the 100. And so you got a lot more room to move a cylinder around, and plus it's got a bigger hole because it's a 52 millimeter steel sleeve. So you could put like a 60 millimeter or whatever, maybe even like a 66 millimeter or something in there.
Well, I tell you what, when Jared fires this motor up, he's going to notice the difference.
Am I?
Run
Yeah.
a 60 meter piston on a 110 bottom end. And the cylinder would fit
Yeah,
on there.
basically, for what I heard, that the people who made the Avenger, I think your boy Ken Henson had a I don't know. He had a hand in making that cylinder for the Avenger.
It.
Yeah, he
Yep.
did. Yep, he did.
It's a saw cylinder, same as
Yeah.
a Phantom.
And it's got better porting on it though.
Right. It's way better. And the whole point of it is, but China's needed a cylinder that wasn't going to be a Ken Henson cylinder. They needed a cylinder they could mass produce. And so it's just a sloppy version of a Ken Henson or a saw or a regular saw piston, a cylinder.
I don't know. Jared's looks like it's the version. It might be the version 2 cylinder. Because I heard when the Avenger first came out, the castings and shit were shit. Is what I heard.
When the Phantom first came out, it was shit.
That was the version 1, and the reason why is because they were using a brass bushing for the wrist pin bearing.
Original Phantom.
That was the version 1 Phantom.
Right.
Then they
And
came
the
out with the version 2, and then
Well, the
version
version-
2 had ring snag.
Right. Well, basically, a Phantom cylinder, you want to run a saw piston in it anyway. You could run an 04 10 millimeter piston with like a YD 10 millimeter bottom end, or you could run like a Phantom bottom end and a Phantom cylinder 12 millimeter and run like a 460 or 380 piston, but it has to be a saw piston. If you run a stock Phantom piston, forget it. It's junk. Forget it
Come on, you
completely.
piece of shit. I'm about to give you the old whack a fucking doodle. Get in the
Then just
goddamn-
push the pins in from the back. You got to line the
You might
piston
get
up with the cylinder.
might get 300 miles out of a stock
You
Phantom
got to
piston.
eyeball it. It's hard to get in there, but once it pops in, you'll know.
Get 4,000 miles out of a saw piston, and a saw piston will keep on going. Jug will probably wear out before the piston does, or fucks up, or snags, or what happens with the ring snag is the piston's so poorly made that the ring pins start to come out. The rings will actually work the ring pin out and inch it out at a time, and then that'll get caught on something.
Well, on mine, it didn't do that. But what
Yeah.
happened was the engine wore the piston rings down to the point where they weren't
Right.
staying on the piston,
Right.
and they basically turned. Both piston rings turned, and then when the Phantom piston came up, it caught into the exhaust port hole, and it just
Right.
busts the fucking rings.
The rings are too sharp, and the rings are too shit, and the rings are too everything. But there's nothing's gonna compare.
They were
to-
cheap. They were cheap fucking Chinese-made rings, is what they were.
Rings would get hot. Rings would get hot on the exhaust side, and they'd probably crack or whatever. And the pins trying
That's probably what happened to my version 2 fucking Phantom. And then I said, no more. I'm going to Smolik, and I'm gonna fix this fucking problem.
like ring end gap is probably too tight anyway. And the ring end gap is too tight. It gets hot, it'll swell, and it has to go somewhere. There's a lot wrong with all that shit. But with a saw piston and a saw set of rings and your cable rings and all that, you don't have any problems because you get a quality ring. It's gapped right. It's made for the piston. It's not some just shit they threw together. The casting
Check
is
the
good.
ring where the ring's sitting at, Jared. It might be lined up wrong. It's got to be lined up on the back where the intake is.
But like a piston made out of recycled beer cans is going to swell up more than a piston made out of like dense piston material, saw material, piston material.
Skip says, pull it off and check it again, Jared. The ring might not be sitting right. You might have to hold it while you put the cylinder back together.
Rings aren't going to do anything either. Whereas a beer can is going to swell up and it's going to want to push the rings out, and it's a nightmare. There's like everything can go wrong with it. So you end up with a tight ring, and then the Phantom piston is going to break a chunk off it, or whatever.
Well, see, I've been running mine as a rich pig. It loves that rich oil, so that's what it gets.
Put a saw piston and want to put it in an Avenger or a Phantom, and they're like $20. And the rings are probably another $10 or $20. And then you can get the wrist pin bearing for the 460. And that might be another like $20 or $15. And then
Well, see, I'm using the quality shit. I think I'm using the HL Supply piston rings, or I think I'm using the Tabor piston rings from Italy.
That's the stuff that Jerry know about right there, because
that's the good shit.
Now you get a motor that's going to last thousands and thousands of miles, and not whatever hundreds of miles, because it's got all the reciprocating parts are made for saw quality.
Yep.
Not just a little bit better for a little bit more money, but a shit ton better. Because guys that don't like to buy, no one's going to buy nothing if you can't go out in the woods and get the job done. Like no one's gonna go and put a Phantom piston in their Stihl chainsaw and go at work for the day. The thing would die before it even got halfway through like one tree. It'd be shit. But if you're putting
give it the fucking farmer whack there in just 1 second,
you're gonna be able to go through the redwood forest.
If you're having trouble, you can use a little bit of 2-stroke oil to lube it.
Oh fuck you, bitch!
A chain on your motor.
You know, the hole's tight. You got to loosen it up a little.
Yeah, I put a bunch of oil on it for sure.
Now I want to make a motorized bicycle engine chainsaw, so I can go cut the motorized bike engine with a Stihl fucking clutch on it.
Just don't put any dildos on the bicycle.
Let's see if I could put a Stihl clutch on like a 6680cc. Run it as a chainsaw.
I'm sorry, I had to go there.
I'll mount the bar. The Paul Gale inspired artwork of fucking JB Weld, and have me a 6680cc Poulin fucking going at it.
If you have to, wiggle the piston in there back and forth. Just make sure the rings are lined up.
Yeah.
If we can take saw parts and put them on bicycles, I can take and make a bicycle engine into a chainsaw.
Hey, that's what I did for mine. Shit.
You can take a weed whack. You know, if you can take a weed whacker motor and put it on a bicycle, you can take a bicycle engine and put it on a weed whacker, and be like, what?
Yeah, I already know that, Brad, the bike guy. The piston's got one ring. It's
and that one ring seems to be a good goddamn stopper.
It's a Husqvarna XP 272 piston. It's a saw piston.
That's your single ring direct replacement type of drop in. You get the wrist pin bearing for it too. Don't rely on the Chinese wrist pin bearing that fits a 472 or whatever it is.
Now, see what I did with mine when I first got my Avenger motor. I took that MS, what was it, 380 wrist pin bearing, and I put the stock Phantom 85 wrist pin bearing in that bitch.
The stock Phantom 85 wrist pin bearing is basically a 460 bearing. So just get your SAW MS 460 bearing, then you get a better bearing.
Probably the bike guy says you gotta make sure you're getting the gap in the piston
Yeah,
ring. set
dude.
fine.
Totally. We're trying to make sure.
Some of those
I
little
told
parts
you,
that
it's a
Raul's
brand new
putting in-
motor.
one Zilla's
Yeah, I
putting
shouldn't
in
even taken it apart. Goddamn new.
you know, I've been on 380 pistons for about like 3 years now, waiting to put them in the Phantom cylinder, the Gen 1 Phantom cylinder. And I've been just fucking around with my house and stuff, but
Well, if you're interested, Mike, send me an email.
Yeah, because he's trying to sell those two motors. I think he's going to sell the one to Leonard.
Yeah.
Leonard won't fool around if he wants it. You just got to get with him, put a bunch of pictures together, maybe do a short, tag Leonard in it so he gets to see
Do a
it.
collage. That way Leonard can look at it and, drool over it a little bit,
Do a collage so that Raul can get
Yeah,
in there.
the brand new one. I still got sit in the box that.
Is what he's
This
saying.
is the box that. This is the box that came in, and it's got Kenny Hinson's address and stuff on it. His return
Nice.
address.
Ken Hinson's probably going to be a lot better to deal with than RDM with all the other shit you got.
Mm.
Yeah, because you order from RDM, you're waiting on parts and shit that you'll never see.
Plus Leonard hit Ryan in the mouth and take his fronts out.
So I've got Ken's phone number, so I've got his phone number. I've got his, I deal with him directly.
I do believe Leonard says if he sees RDM, he is going to punch that bitch in the face, is what he said.
Something like that.
Who?
RDM. He
Yeah,
says,
who's that?
I will punch that bitch in the face.
Who's RDM?
Ryan
The motor
Dyer,
parts that Leonard bought off of somebody.
Ryan Dyer Manufacturing. They do like CNC cases and Piaggios and all kinds of crap. They're Ken Hinson's.
Oh, okay.
They're Ken Hinson's like competitor and all that. So,
I think I've seen a video of his.
right. Smolik Performance is also they do like RDM does work for them and stuff, but they're separate. But they're actually better
Okay.
with shipping. If you're gonna buy any of that RDM crap, get it through Smolik, and he's always good, solid.
Mm.
RDM, he's a flake. He'll get to it when he gets to it. He don't know. He'll send you missing parts. He won't send the whole kit. He's a pain in the ass. I've dealt with him. I actually ripped him off for $500 worth of parts on a chargeback because he don't answer his email. It took too long, and he's being a pain in the ass. And
Sounds
so
like you had to deal with him, Mossy.
got $500 in free bucking bars and all his fucking clutch shafts and all kinds of stuff from Ryan because he wanted to be an asshole, being a punk. And so I charged it back and he shipped it, and then I did a chargeback on it. And when the bank called him, emailed him because he don't answer no phones or nothing, he missed the call because they were calling him to verify if he shipped it or not. And so when he went back to the account.
Holy fuck, he got it together. Holy shit.
Dude, that thing was just hanging there. I don't know what the hell it was hanging on.
Ryan Dyer was ignoring everybody, and he ignored that call the bank made to verify if he shipped it or not because the chargeback was already on it because he's 3 weeks late and shit. His mother's house was something.
All right, now you got to put that metal gasket on the top. And then remember, the spark plug goes towards the intake side. That's the way I set mine up.
But that $500 I got out of Ryan makes up for missing clutch parts for stage 3s. I'd already done like $1,000 or maybe $1,500 worth of business with him already. And I just wanted to complete the kit that I had that I've been waiting on for like 2 years to get together. So the last order was a fucking
Oh yeah, it looks like you got a.
Wasted 2 years of my time. You got $500 right there. Done. Knows it.
Yeah.
He was crying about it, wanted me to, I never do business with me again. I said, dude, that's the last of the load of stuff I needed from you. And he left out some stuff too, but that's all right. I said, yeah, I can pick those up. And I'm like, yeah, you didn't send the whole order, so it's no good. It was like $20 worth of these 207
Yeah,
keys.
Jared's motor looks like it's gonna have high
So
compression.
legitimately, I got my money back because he didn't fulfill his complete obligation. It took too long and didn't even, whatever. But I know I cheesed him. I'll cheese him because I'm not like Leonard. I'm not going to go
What do you
build a
mean?
race team.
There's a goddamn fucking more than a fingernail.
Leonard's building a whole race team to go beat Ryan at the track. He's so pissed.
It should work.
That's a whole
That's-
millimeter.
Yeah,
Or
that's
just,
why I
or
put.
just 2 millimeters.
That's why I put 2 paper gaskets on mine.
That's what we was told, Jared. It's a $5 or $6 part at Hybrid Motor Parts, and you can order it, and they'll have it to you in probably a couple days. If you're in Florida, where's Hybrid out of?
For
Somewhere
what?
down there.
To order
The
what?
spacer to put that gasket, that 2 millimeter thick gasket underneath your jug, so it comes out perfect squish. That's the stuff you would have got with that hybrid motor, because the hybrid sells those gaskets, and that would have been the $200 motor that they didn't get. So this one, you have to put the gasket under it, or you could do what Raul did and get your cereal box out and put 2 of them together.
No, he just needs an extra paper gasket at the bottom of the cylinder.
Right, at the underneath. You got to build that up a couple millimeters somehow.
Yeah.
Or you could make it out of like, I don't know, like maybe 5 or what would it take, like 8 soda cans?
That's if you're going down the cheap route, though.
That's what we got, you know. So hopefully you got a 30-pack of Path Blue Ribbon over there, Darren, because you're gonna need it for them gaskets underneath that fucker.
I can always just grind the top down.
You're in Florida. You must have some neighbors that probably have a pile of those outside there. Maybe some Mickeys. Throw a few Mickeys in with it.
Just cut the top down. That's the easiest thing to do.
Then the Mickey's got like a that's got like a copper lining inside.
But we're gonna run what you gave us.
But the thick gasket will probably work. It'll be fine as long as the piston don't hit the top.
Piston ain't gonna hit the top. It ain't gonna hit shit. We just added the 2 more millimeters. We're at 4 millimeters at this point.
Right, she can't stuff it all the way down to the bottom, and you can't put the gasket's going to give her, you know, like what is it?
And then this thing's already got a bucket in it, so I mean,
She might have
we got what we got.
And the timing's going to be a little weird. It's going to, you know, it's got, but.
Hold up, other way. Spark plug goes other way.
Get the hell out of here! What are you talking about? That is not how I do mine.
Really, you're gonna run it like a? You're gonna run it like a unicorn horn.
Always.
The motor's been sitting around for like 3 or 4 days. He hasn't touched it. Now he finds out it fits the frame perfect. His sprocket's perfect. And now it's all of a sudden one afternoon. Now it's all done. We've been on here for 3 hours, and he's got this bike almost put together now.
That's a fucking lie. I still got a ton of bicycle left.
Another couple hours, it'll be ripping up the, you know, full throttle towards the mailbox or whatever. I mean, you're just putting all the factory stuff on, you know?
Oh yeah, just putting it back together. I hate that I have acorn nuts, but
The impact driver saved you some time on the pineapple thing.
let's see how much space we have here.
Hey, Jared,
Yes, sir.
we must kill Austin Powers.
Must we?
Hey, yes.
Still Austin Powers.
Yeah,
So have you
'cause
got
I
out on the road yet before the snow comes? Roll.
I still got a few more days of summer here.
Oh yeah. So you've been riding?
Yeah, stock Phantom's still running.
Weather
Right?
should be
And,
Yeah, I've been flying.
And
Still got
the Avenger's still running too. So, but
Well-
I need a new spark plug for the Avenger though.
Y'all should have like another month before the leaves start, you know, when the leaves is going, even through then.
What did you do with the spark plug, Roll?
I'm using a chainsaw plug, but it's already like corroded and shit.
It
And every
can't be
once in-
corroded.
Every once in a while, I take the spark plug out, clean it, and then screw it back in.
Still get quite a bit of snow in PA. When does your winter hit? Like,
Oh, our winter is fucking weird. It doesn't hit until like, what is it? Like after October.
right, so you still got a couple months, maybe 3 months before it starts to get chilly.
Yep.
You got the leaves got to change and all that. It's probably late there because global warming. It's always warm.
Yeah, they say it's global warming, but I don't know.
Yeah, they used to get like 10 feet of snow and all that. Because I know people in upstate New York and shit that would have that. Now they get
Yeah, the
nothing.
ice age is over, guys. It ended. It is global warming for sure. Has
Oh,
been
definitely.
good 10,000, 50,000 years, however long the fuck it's been. But yeah, we've been warming.
I remember being a kid in the mid 70s with a Paris plastic like sled going out the second story window down this big drift and then down into the
When you
field.
tighten those bolts down, Jerry, don't like ream on them. Just like make them snug, man.
On these?
Because those things will strip very easy.
Oh, I did not even tighten them down yet.
Yeah.
Well, I snugged them, but that's it.
Got an impact torque wrench that'll do
Yeah.
them.
It does got a big hole.
I'd put them in with JB Weld wrapped around them. Just a little dunk in JB Weld and stick them.
I should have, dude. I don't know why I should have just put a little bit of JB. It's some sort of epoxy. Surely there's some
Right.
epoxy laying up here, but I did not.
She'll run.
Yeah,
You're
sure,
right.
man. Kind of cocked.
I'm gonna give you a tidbit though. When you go to put that engine on, okay,
Uh-huh.
be sure to get some hose clamps. And when you go to put the exhaust on, make sure you clamp on hose exhaust to the Phantom
Phantom.
exhaust. The Avenger exhaust pipe, and make sure it's hooked up onto the bicycle frame.
Right.
Oh
That's
yeah,
gonna fall.
you could definitely hang the pipe to make sure that it passes. I don't know this
But-
one. How does this one stick? We will see.
Didn't
I will have
come
to
in the
fiddle with it a little.
Didn't come in the box. We ain't using it though. So plan on running over that engine fucking muffler. Unless that thing.
Well, I fixed mine because I seen what happened to Build Brakes fix this pipe.
Right. I see you got your stick welder going on it.
Oh yeah,
Because we were picking
that one motor I built. I made
Remember-
that damn muffler pipe by
Oh,
myself.
remember all the shit you got for not welded? And it was gonna run over. Did you run over it?
Yeah, the pipe's still together. The pipe's still together. The screw on pipe, it's still together. Pipe Mike Miller says you got that top piece of the head on backwards.
Motherfucker.
You can run the spark plug each way. You can have the spark plug go back this way or run it sticking out like that.
No, way it goes. Make the seat. Depends on yeah. So, it's gonna be like a unicorn at you.
That's what I said. A unicorn horn.
Right. CDI will probably up right to that bar anyway. For it. I don't think it really matters which direction that goes, but it might have it towards the thing. I don't think the difference that much engine way. I mean, if you had like 40 horsepower, you might notice a couple horsepower, but it'd be like a almost an immeasurable amount.
Well, that Stark Avenger, it has some power. We'll find out.
Yeah, but the direction the plug goes on the head isn't going to make that much of a difference. But we've seen to lost our video of them. Hopefully someone in the chat lets Jared know that he can't hear us or whatever.
I can hear you fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, because your video went down.
Well, yeah, no, I took it off. I had to come inside. It's starting to freaking storm out there.
No. Because last time you were doing all kinds of stuff, like back in the 80s, blinking and whatever. Yeah, it's been a good night. There's no one's dropped out, and everyone's had a good.
Yeah, I'm coming to the house. I'm so thirsty. I have to have sustenance of all kinds right in a second.
I just drank
Just take a moment.
Since in 3 hours, I've drank a gallon and a half of water.
I was hoping it was that.
Starting to come down from that gummy though.
Yeah, I seen you. You ate that gummy and you're like, this ain't doing shit. And then, what was it, 15, 20 minutes later, you were high as a kite.
It was a 500. It's a 500 gram gummy.
Oh, shit.
And so, I don't know what they are, but 500 sounds a lot. It's like I don't know, like an inch by an inch.
But anyway, yeah, I need that.
Still
I need
taste
that
it.
PWK 21 carburetor or something a little bit better because
What I'll do
I got
is
that ID. I got that ID hose and I got that 32G spigot part from Smolik.
right. I got that one too. That bolts right on there.
Oh yeah,
40
I got
millimeter,
PWK 24.
PWK 24.
Yeah. That's brand new. That's never been used.
Well, that run for an Avenger motor build.
It'll run with it. Someone's using one of those on it.
Because that's brand new, sitting in my closet too. So
You're gonna want a
Wow,
pipe.
you didn't
though.
even take it out of the box.
If you're gonna run a
Yeah.
21 or a 24 millimeter carburetor, you're gonna want an expansion chamber. Like
I'm running a 21 millimeter.
if you don't want to get a dirt bike pipe and mess with it, get a pipe for a Minarelli from
Okay.
like Gomax for like an MZ65 clone for Minarelli, and then adapt that over to your Phantom or Avenger, because that's gonna have a bigger neck coming out of it. The size of the outlet of your exhaust is a lot to do with how much power you're making. If it's a little tiny, like bicycleengines.com, fucking like half-inch hole, or if it's a 25 millimeter or whatever they are, it's going to be a lot bigger, a lot more power.
Well, see, I already want like a pre-made pipe. I'm just worried about the carb right now.
Basically, the bigger the carb that goes in the motor, you need to have bigger the pipe to come out the other side.
Oh,
or it ain't
hello.
gonna work. You just can't put a huge carb on it and a stock pipe, or You're gonna have the expansion chamber. You can put the expansion chamber on a stock carb, and the stock carb won't be enough for, and it'll be better than a huge carburetor with no pipe that's got no, it'll be like a slug.
Yeah, true that.
The pipe is everything. Now match the carburetor to the pipe, and then you get, like, if you get a 21 millimeter, you already want to have that pipe in your basket because you don't want to get a
Well,
carburetor.
that's
for
the
an
thing. I got to get the money for the pipe, but right now I'm
Get the
working on the
pipe
carb
first.
right now.
Right, but get the pipe first because those carbs are a dime a dozen all over the place. They're like a $40 carb. You get the pipe first, and then the carb is like whatever, another $50 for all that shit. I'll put a link in my community post. I'll link you to it, to the jets, and where to get and what to look for on eBay, and like the Mikuni carburetor and all that. But you want
Because
to get
I was trying to get the whole set already pre-built carb from fucking hyper-powered bikes because they give you an assortment of jets and intakes and shit. And
right.
I want to check the carburetor out and put it
You can
in
get those.
the basket, and it says, "Sorry, we don't ship to Pennsylvania." Something to do with EPA.
I don't know. Yeah,
Carb restrictions or some bullshit.
you can't buy.
That makes
Carburetor.
no sense because I can get the same fucking carburetor off of eBay or Amazon, and they don't say that bullshit.
Right. I don't know. Maybe they're out of stock and that's what they put on there. Who knows? But yeah.
Because I was gonna give somebody $60 and have them buy me the carb set and send it to me. Shit.
You can get the carb set off of eBay. If you can get stuff off of eBay, because eBay don't give a shit about that.
No,
Like-
they don't. They're just eBay just wants to make money. They're not
Right.
interested. in
They'll
that
send you a fucking
environmentally protection
auto
agency
machine
and
gun.
shit.
No, eBay will send you like a full auto machine gun from Russia. If you all you got to do is make sure your card goes through. But yeah, but the thing is,
is it going to
you
go
get a
through
pipe.
customs though?
get a pipe and you got the pipe first, and that's like the biggest. You'll notice the difference with the pipe. But if you get a carburetor, you're gonna have to wait until you get a pipe to put it on. Is what I'm saying.
All right, Jared, did we get the motor on the engine, or are we taking a smoke break?
If you
No,
get one of
I'm
the-
done for the evening, dude. It's Sunday. I'm out in the shed banging around. And,
All right.
I can't. It's starting to fucking storm out there right now, so it's getting really freaking loud in there.
Damn, it's storming.
Yeah.
new roll for like $50, you can get one of those. It's like a Jog 50 exhaust off of like Amazon or eBay or whatever it is. For like a Minarelli Jog 50. It's like a cheap.
Yeah, but you gotta make sure. Yeah, you gotta make sure that the bolts and shit line up.
The bolts aren't going to line up. But what you're going to do is you're going to take your Phantom Avenger pipe and you're going to attach the Jog expansion chamber on it and the Jog muffler and whatever. You're going to have to cut it up anyway because it's going to be all kinds of funky. But that'll give you the parts for like $50 or $60.
Yeah, but then I gotta sit there and weld the bitch. That's so
Well-
time consuming.
Anyway,
I don't
for
even like.
$50, you could get a cheapo Minarelli pipe on there for, pre-bug. You're looking for a Yamaha pre-bug exhaust, and then you can chop that up and you can make it with whatever you already have, and then you get your carburetors and you'll be in business faster. And then later on, if you want, you could save up the money to get like the big fancy pipe or whatever, but you have to weld it anyway. There's nothing you can't get anything. There's no pipe for it. So you have to weld it. There's no one makes a decent one. And the height,
Yeah,
you stay
no.
away from motorized fucking Avenger pipe because that's tiny, and OP1 already got one of those. And he's got a
Yeah,
50
but
cc.
see, he fucked up and he bought the belly pipe, but he made it work though.
Right. Well, what
I
OP1
want the side pipe, something that's like a side pipe is what I
You'll
want.
have to make it. You'll have to make it that way. You'll just have to cut it and weld it and turn it around, or you have to get
Yeah.
U-bends. You have to get a U-bend from like a
Hardware
1 inch.
store.
like a 1-inch diameter for making headers. That'll probably cost you like 12 or 15 bucks.
Yeah, it depends on where you get them from, though, too.
Off of eBay, you can go on eBay if a 12 and look around, and it's called a 1-inch U-bend for cart header. Like
I'm
a
with you guys.
go-kart header kit, 1-inch U-bend or S-bend. You can get a pipe that's all kinds of bends in it, so you can just cut it up and do whatever you want with it. For a
I do
go-kart.
believe they sell those other pipes where you take one pipe, another pipe, and you shove them in together,
Right.
and then you smack it with the hammer, and then you just weld it.
Right. You can
Yeah.
get all kinds of adapters and all kinds of sizes that'll slip fit or whatever.
Yep.
90s, 45s, whatever it is, you know.
90 degree, 45 degree, 35 degree.
Right, and you get like a 1-inch or a 1 1/8, or like a 1-inch and a 1 1/4 will slip over it. So you
Did you,
start
see
out
that,
with
did you see that funky pipe that Hop One'Zilla made? It looks like a giant snake on that Avenger.
right. That's what you do with that jog pre-bug pipe is you can clock it and stuff or whatever, move it wherever you want.
Yeah, it came
So-
out like.
Move it wherever you want. Basically put the expansion chamber where you want it, and then you can see where you have to go, you know?
Yeah.
Just don't do it. I mean, you could do a straight line to it and not even have a gooseneck in it if it'll fit past the frame, or like a little sweep around it. And then you're like, okay.
Now,
I'm gonna-
Mossy, you said you were gonna build the the Asina or the Minarelli, but you got to fix the case welds or something. The
On that
case
one-
seams.
On that one case, I got 2 cases from Gomax, and one of them's got like that. It's like a casting flaw, and so the metal is darker. It's not as like aluminum looking. It's like darker, so it's like got contaminated with something. And so that's.
Does it look like it goes halfway through the metal and out the other side, or is it just like
Looking-
end where the transfers are?
the jug off the engine, just the bottom end. If you're looking down at the studs, like
I'm
from
back.
above,
Red Book's
it
hot.
looks like it's got a crack in it. It looks like it's got like a dark.
Is it like a hairline crack, or is it like a real deep crack?
like a couple of millimeters wide,
Ooh.
Ouch.
but it's not
Now
a crack.
was that their fuck up when they were cutting the cylinder and the blade was dull,
Casting
or
it.
what?
When they cast the mold, it had a defect that went down through there.
Damn,
the
and
metal-
they didn't. It sounds like they didn't check it at all either.
Might have been a little bit of sand or something got in there. I don't know, but it's porous, and you don't notice it's a vacuum leak until you're at a higher RPM. When you're at like 8 grand, it'll start to go lean on you. And I was the only one that had it. There was a
Yeah,
guy
you
that
gotta fix that because that might cause the engine to be throwing oil and shit.
it won't leak, and you won't even notice it. It'll just start to leak. It'll start to pull air in through there, like it's got a bad gasket. Only at like 8 grand or something.
So those were the last ones you bought off of GoMax then.
I got the last of his old batch or whatever. And so what I'm going to
probably
do with
got
it,
he's probably got new ones now.
what I'm going to do with it is I'm going to drill down through there with a drill bit. Like I'll probably
Like
get,
cut it off a little bit.
no, I'm going to drill right down through that shitty part so that I got good aluminum on both sides of the drill bit. Like say it's 2 millimeters wide. I'm going to go in there with like a 4 millimeter drill bit so I catch a little bit of each side of it, and I'll drill like 3 holes, and then I'll go in with a toothpick and put JB Weld in there so that it's got JB Weld and not going to suck air through there.
Oh, so you're gonna do like a case mold with JB Weld?
Right. I'm going to do a stitch. I'm going to make a stitch with like 3 holes, and like the first 2 holes, and then the middle hole is going to catch both of the 2 outside holes.
Danny Dan!
Gonna remove
Sort of like makeshift dentistry.
right. I'm gonna bore there and give it a root canal, and then I'm gonna fill it in. With
I made it short today.
I don't have to put
Dan.
the ultimate light
I'm gonna
on
make a
it.
4-stroke till tomorrow.
That'll stitch that little shit together. As long
Make
as
sure
it
you
looks
use the high temperature gas resistant
Yeah,
mix.
fucking rain.
But that's how you would fix it on like a cracked engine block, or you could put screws in there. You know,
I'd rather use like JB Weld do an engine fix.
like if I had a cracked V8, I would do the same thing, and you know, it'd be like now it don't leak water there. Like it fix a water jacket, drill it, put something in there like JB Weld or whatever, and forget about it. Or you could drive pins.
Anyway, Jared, when you took the Avenger apart, did you have the stamped crank rod or an unbranded crank rod?
Hey, Jared, did you have any pieces left over?
Yeah, what did it say on
I
it?
didn't finish putting it together. Raul, I did not notice a stamping on there. No.
But it said like A85 on it. Rod, though.
Ooh,
Did it?
an unstamped crank rod, huh?
How do you know it was unstamped? I said I didn't notice it.
It might be
I'm
an
never looking
unstamped.
for that thing. You're like, oh, you got me with that. I'm sure it's on the video though. I would think from me fucking with it just in 15 minutes.
If it said
You might have gotten a phantom bottom end for the Avenger.
what I'm thinking is it might be that rare albino, bottom end that Leonard would probably pay, top dollar for.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
One out of like 450,000.
I doubt it.
It's like the white buffalo,
It was made on a Wednesday.
So you're missing a sticker. So go online, Jared, and look up like white buffalo image sticker or whatever, and then you could print that out, and you could have it's a white buffalo because she's unstamped, uncaged.
How do you know it's unstamped?
Because you don't have a sticker. You
Ah.
can come with got to come up with some kind of like, what is it?
It did not come with a sticker.
4.5 inch round sticker, the white buffalo.
I got one of them church stickers, Jesus church sticker.
I haven't done them yet, but the next thing
It's
I
about
do,
the same size as the clutch cover.
but I haven't ordered them. But the next thing I do, I'm gonna order those super whammy fucking stickers in like green and purple, and have the purple Phantom bottom the Phantom cylinder and the green one for the Avenger. Super whammy one. You can get all kinds of.
Jared, did you notice that piston ring? It clips from the back where the intake is instead of the usual piston usually clips side to side.
Yes, I did see how it's flipping right in front of the intake.
Yep.
Measure the clutch cover so you can verify.
That engine will run forever.
Yeah, that is the same. It looks the same, but it could be slightly different, but I doubt it. But it could be. But it could be.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a bicycle engines sticker or a Bike Berry sticker for like $4. I'm gonna get me a Bike Berry and put it on there.
But I will say this: if you're looking for parts for like Bike Berry, like performance parts, some of their stuff's good.
I want this.
I tested that intake for the 4-stroke. Hook up a 2-stroke carb to a 4-stroke manifold. That thing works pretty good.
I'll give them that. Bike Berry does have a decent intake, and I wouldn't mind checking that out for like a 6680cc. They do have a decent intake.
I'm hoping that my 4-stroke clears itself up, but it runs on choke only.
And I think bicycle engines also got those RSE reeds that aren't bad either. You can get the RSE little
runs on choke only, Raul.
I know which one you're talking about. The RSE 80cc, 60cc intake with the reeds built in.
Yeah, with those 79cc carburetors, it can only be cleaned so far.
Bike Berry has those little reeds in like a 40 millimeter, I think. They used to only be in 32. But I think Bike Berry's got those little RSE reeds, and those little reeds are
Your feed problem. You know it.
Those because
Can I get to the jet?
The lamp behind me is having a light bulb problem right now, so it might look like I'm at the disco.
It's like the G2. It's like the G2 reed is like perfect for like the bigger stuff, and it's almost too
Damn
big
thing
for
keeps shorting out.
80cc. But those RSE little reed is perfect for a 66 80cc, but not big enough for the 52 millimeter or Minarelli stuff.
Damn
kinda-
cheap light bulb. There it goes again.
Demons.
The Oz reed is, it was called the Oz reed, and they've re-popped it. But yeah,
This is what happened. This is how you end up reprogrammed right here, Dave.
you can also take the reeds out
I hate that damn lamp.
I got something for
Sorry.
you, Raul. You're gonna like this. You take. You
What?
can
What
take.
you got?
You get that little tiny reed cage, and then you take
Yeah.
the reeds out of it, and you put it back together without the reeds in it, and then you can run a piston port, and you can stick the Duralto carburetor right on there with a hose, because I just use the RSE as an intake, and then you can stick anything on there. And some of those have got a big intake on it. Like you get the one that's like what are they, like 22 millimeter or something?
Yeah.
Then you stick your Duralto carburetor on there, or your Bofang or whatever, or not a Bofang, but it has to have like the spigot. And then you get those Duraltos for like $30. Like I got those 17 millimeter ones. And it's a 262 emulsion tube, and that'd probably rock. You can get a 19 millimeter Duralto and put it on that little spigot and take the reed. And if you want a piston port, and you just need a little hose on it, you don't have to mess
They were
around with all
wrong about to give me a season.
You're not gonna have to mess around with
That's
that.
the
And
damn lamp doing that. That ain't me.
so between the $50 pipe and a $30 carburetor or whatever, you should be able to put an expansion chamber on that, and then it'll be like a super
I need a new
win.
light bulb is what I need. No, I'm not Harry Potter. What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fucking Harry goddamn Potter. What the shit's going on here, dude?
But that pipe, that pipe,
Wingardium Leviosa.
the 50cc. So don't think that the Jog 50 pipe is small, because the Obi-Wan Mozilla put a 50 pipe on there. His is a 50cc pipe on his Avenger or whatever it is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but
so.
he welded up that huge snake pipe for it.
Right, but that snake pipe is a 50cc pipe. So you get that cheapo pipe, you're not gonna get. I mean, it's not gonna be as great as like an expensive one that he got. That's like $1,000, but more. But you get Amazon special for pre-bug, and then you get an expansion chamber. You could definitely notice the power in it, and you could run your stock carburetor, and then you could get the OKO and all that, whatever, and then it would just be upgrade and then another upgrade, because you might want to run it knowing that it already runs on the Bofang, and then all you have to do is put a couple of jets in the Bofang and go up like 2 jet sizes to make it a little richer. And then you might not want that OKO carburetor and get it full.
I swear to God, this thing Raul got a lizard tongue.
Just a pipe alone.
What?
Did I see a lizard tongue come out?
Who's got a lizard tongue?
All that flashing, dude. I started to.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get Raul some cheap power. Is all I'm trying to do right now. And I'm thinking anyone could do that. Like Jared could get a $50 pre-bug pipe and weld it up.
Jared thinks I got a lizard tongue.
I'm just teasing you, dude. I'm just fucking with you.
Is it a forked tongue? Because I think I missed it.
Yes, it was pork.
Right.
It went both ways too.
Right. That's where the back room at the strip
Jolly
club.
Ranchers.
That tongue's for the strip club down the street. And the
Oh my God.
one of those 45 rooms in his house that's all secured like a Fort Knox. It's like
Damn it, I
that's
got a
taint.
grape.
That's the tongue you need for the going for that taint action. So you got
What the hell?
That's the between two worlds kind of thing.
right. It's like the Neapolitan ice cream kind of deal.
Yeah. I've heard of this.
strawberry in the middle. The expansion chamber is going to.
So, Rob, you think I should go live tomorrow and just keep building at it and just leave a live going and keep walking in there until it's done? Or, but I got to work too.
Or you could go live and just ignore everybody and just do live and whatever. And
That's what I was thinking about, just putting up the old vertical there and just, just keep and just leave it going all day, I guess, until the damn build time. But I have to keep leaving. I guarantee I'll keep leaving.
and just check on, just have a smoke break or whatever and check on it every once in a while.
I mean, certain things go pretty quick. I mean, it won't go. Yeah, but I got to put a cockpit on it. I need a new cockpit. We got to have big handlebars with big grips and bigger, everything bigger up top.
That was cool watching you do that delivery on the 2-stroke.
That was just a quick little shop only. Go grocery store, you shop it real fast, and you're done.
Yeah, the 2-stroke got the job done.
Yes, sir. It has made. It's getting close to $50 at this point. It's made itself very handy. Oh no, dude! I did go do a delivery. Some mac and fucking cheese 1 mile.
Right.
I fucking grabbed the plastic bag and went the mile with a damn mac and cheese. Couldn't turn the order down. It was a good one.
Mm-hmm. And that's enough to buy one of the pipe set rolls over there, putting change out of the couch for.
Very easy money.
I mean, you could get. When you go to bring that ashtray money into the bank, all you do is DoorDash it. Any one of those 100 bikes you have there.
He doesn't want to. He's got to get better internet, he said.
Or he can go out. Oh, because he can do this, but the internet's not good enough for DoorDash.
And that's to sell his body to the night.
You could set it up with like a big trailer, like one of those Worksmans, and show up with like warm pizza and just not even deliver it. Just show up at like wherever there's something going on. But, go to the club.
That's not a bad idea in a city. In a city, pizza sales.
Go to Domino's and you just fill your cart full of pizzas and just go down to the ball game and cash it on. People buy a slice. $2 slice, whatever.
How much is the pizza where you're at, Raul?
Depends.
You could.
Does that include?
Does
that include the delivery?
Yeah, everything. Get it to your house.
I think it's like $40.
Hey, $40.
Right.
Shit.
And how much is how much of that is tip, and how much is that a pizza?
No, that's just fucking getting it there. It's about $40, you're saying. I bet the pizza was like $27.
Right, so it's like 2.
I don't know that though. I'm just guessing. I just don't eat out. So I was just asking for. He ordered one recently, so.
So if you had a motorized bike in an area where people are doing that, you could make probably 25% on like a waitress would make, gratuity, and plus someone might throw cash at, other than just whatever, and it's on your phone.
Well, if you're just flipping them off of a bike, like you said, just buying pies in advance and selling them, which I know a lot of people who used to do that, and
right. Go down to the club at like o'clock in the morning when everything's
you
closed.
might make tips, but mostly you're making your money off of flipping that $10 pizza for fucking $35 out of slices. Especially if you can start selling slices, man. Slices is where the money's at.
Right. And you go to like one of those big lots and you get you a big cheese fucking thing and Parmesan cheese, like they got like a whole case of them, wrapped up.
Offer them something, huh?
So you got your big old, big old stash of cheese going, and you go and get your pizzas, and there you go. Got music playing, When you run out of pizza, maybe sell a little weed or something going on there too.
I think Raul's in a big city though. Motorized bike trip.
Right. Go down. What you do is you go down to the club. Go down to the club with a pizza.
It's more like a small town.
But you go down.
I thought you were in a big city.
No, it's more like a small town.
There must be like a hangout, some kind of club or Elks Lodge or something going on there.
Moose Club, I do believe. I
Oh,
don't even know if
sure.
they're, I don't
So-
even know if they're still open now.
So you go down to you go down to the Moose Knuckle Club and get your pizzas and all that if it's still in business. Then you have bring like 2 cartons of cigarettes with you, and the pizza. Maybe you may make some money on that, but you're gonna make some money
They
on
said there
like,
was a go-go club right down the road, though.
right. So if you're out at the Go-Go Club and all that with packs of cigarettes and some pizza, maybe a little
Holy
heavy
shit.
condom, a bunch of dildos and any, whatever else goes with it. Some trinket.
Some wares. Particular clientele.
Right. Your handcuffs.
Only extra large condoms.
You're only going to need to have like 3 or 4 pizzas just to cover up all that mess and not even sell a pizza, and do all the rest of it. But the pizza as like a front, is where I'm going with it.
I did know quite a few guys who did that right there. One of them was a midget, dude.
Or hot
I ain't
dogs.
gonna lie.
Pizza's
He
nice
wasn't
and-
exactly circus small, but he was under 4 foot.
But pizza is nice because everyone likes pizza. You can buy it, and
He did the nightclub thing. Go fucking run out in front of each nightclub. Bing bang boom. Try to
Right.
turn them pies out. Pick
you
up
get
40, 50 pies at a time.
right. You go and get you like 10 plain, 25 with pepperoni, maybe a couple with mushroom and whatever, something fancy. Maybe 3 or 4 of those. So some idiot that wants like something, for extra. Fuck yeah. Little AO,
what is this?
underneath the pizza slice if they want to pay, like 60 for a slice. Now I'm getting Raul's attention. You got a paper plate, you got a pizza, whatever, walking around, and someone's gonna see that, and then everybody in that fucking place is gonna want a slice of pizza, and they'll smell it coming. Then you'll have to run back on the motorized bike to get more pizza. So you figure out how much you need.
I'm sorry, Leonard. We're going live tomorrow. During tomorrow, we'll do a vertical all day. And at least
You know what
until Tuesday, we'll
They
do
sell
another
those
one.
kits. Like they sell a kit where you can get like that insulated soft bag that you could put on the back of a bike or a moped or something, I think.
Yes, I have that. A backpack.
Right.
Yes. It's very, last year I made a lot of money with the bicycle. This year I've skipped it because I got here with the summer. But now that the fall's here, I've already started making money with the motorized bike. It is a cheat. It's take all the money home kind of thing. It's real fucking smart.
What
And
I'm thinking,
here I'll tell you about this too. So all those apps out there for the
Yeah.
delivery app, except for Life's Adventures, they're at 25 miles an hour, dude. On all their ads, on their logos, it shows you a man on a scooter.
right?
That's the speed that the apps have you at, 25 miles an hour. Can you get there at fucking 25 miles an hour? I think you won't have any problem doing it.
Yeah. Oh no.
No matter how far the order says, if it says 39 fucking miles, they gave you enough time at 25 miles an hour to get there.
Right. Well, the thing is, it's like
Yeah. Well,
the
going
soft
25 miles an hour, my engine will bog out a little bit. It likes to go, man.
Oh, no, I didn't say you had to. I said that's all the speed you need.
Nah.
So if you could double that up, you could probably get 4 or 5 orders done and just slam them all out. And then
You can just be more efficient.
available-
You know what I mean?
The more
Yes, you can be
available
more
you are, like the more available you are to take an order, the more orders you can do. It's like
Yeah.
turning tables,
I can't argue, but what about if you just cut all your overhead out and you don't have to do as many fucking orders?
Right.
Yeah. That's what I was mostly thinking, because people lean lazy and not industrious.
You're going for all the big order type of thing, So you'd have to be around a place like where there's like
Ooh.
a lot of takeout, you know.
A volume, yeah. Where there's order volume, but there's dinner. I mean, I live in a place where it's at, but I don't know what it's like everywhere. Raul
Like
might not
where
even
I'm
be
at,
in an area where it's even busy.
like where I'm at right now, there would be no market for that. There's like zero market for that. But as
Yeah,
I'm
you'll know
speaking,
where these markets are at. They're evident.
what
Does
I've been
anybody show up to where you live? Then there probably ain't much market.
there is zero market here right now. But over the last like year or so, I've been watching this place that's about 2 blocks away that is probably like 1,000 apartments in it.
But that's a big market.
Like it's
That's a
not
huge market.
it's still got Thai par and the guys are like hanging like whatever.
But what there has to be is a lot of restaurants. So if you ain't got a lot of restaurants, well, then there ain't no fucking market, no matter how many apartments there are.
Well, we got like 1,000 residences coming in, but we got like a Sonic and a sleepy old fucking like Blake's or whatever. And
And then there you go. That's what you're going to be trapped by. We have restaurants. Even
got
though
zero-
the population isn't so high, there's still quite a few restaurants because it's tourist.
we got a lot of little mom and pop stuff, you know, like low key.
Yeah, we have a lot of mom and pop restaurants, but it's a lot of restaurants.
Right, we don't have that. We might have. There might be 30 or 40. You know,
That's a good number. That means there's business there, dude. If it's 30 or 40, there is a DoorDash career in somebody's future.
there's a spike in population. You know, because it's probably
Hispanics order DoorDash.
like,
Just telling you.
7,000. Like,
You want to
like
hear the better one too, dude? They need you to buy alcohol for them.
right. That's all you do. Alcohol and
You
smoke.
do. Everybody from fucking 18 to fucking 45, dude, can't walk out the door and get booze without a goddamn ID.
Right. You're gonna be trucking Corona, Jose Cuervo, vintage
Modelo.
cigarettes.
I saw a lot of Modelo. And Dos
I
Equis.
like. Yep. So you're gonna want to have,
Cash
you know,
paying private customers. My friend.
right, going up and down an elevator a lot, and figuring out the layout of it, wherever you're going. If it's all private houses, it's one thing, but if I got 1,000 fucking residents, maybe, you know, there'll be like, you know, 3 or 4 come in really close together, or 100 of them come in. And I'm only going to grab like maybe 5 or 6 of those because I can only hold that much. And I just go in there and I'm like, okay, I got to be in. This one goes to this room, and this one goes to this room, and this one goes down here. Oh, I got to go all over here.
You know,
for this
there's
one.
people selling food on Facebook.
Yeah, there is.
Cook food. You know,
Yeah.
this lady makes empanadas and she sells her fucking empanadas. You order it through Facebook. Why, have you done it, Life?
Yes.
You have ordered people's already cooked food?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do they deliver it, or you have to go to their house and pick it up, or what?
No, they deliver it.
They
Oh,
show
no
up.
shit.
Yeah.
What did you order?
A certain wild meats or whatever, right?
I ordered a bunch of enchiladas.
I knew it was Mexican food.
Yeah.
I got a delivery of something. I can't remember what it was, but I only did it one time because the guy was here. The guy was on time, but he spent like 45 minutes in the park trying to find me. You know? I'm like, just go out the way you came and start over. You know, I'll meet you at the front. You know, he got lost in here. But other than that, I'm like, nah, fuck it. I'm not gonna order nothing because they're gonna get lost in here. Amazon gets lost in here. Walmart gets lost in here.
Yeah, it's definitely Mexican food.
But yeah,
Are you checking out your orders?
I'll order from like the local thing or whatever.
That's
nice
cool.
people though. Very nice. It was a very nice lady that showed up, but she was
Yeah,
totally.
what I did see on there, it was all fancy, like, you know, big Mexican food, a lasagna. Those things you don't want to make at home, shit.
Right.
But
I gave
barbecue was one of the
I gave
big ones, though. There was a bunch of the barbecue ones.
But she was completely baffled in this park. It all looked the same to her. She was just like lost. She would have been in here days, you know, like days and days if I hadn't said, look, just come to the front. I'll meet you at the front. You know, we were going like, no, is it this one? And I'm like, no, you're way off. You're like, that was fun though.
What are those, Raul?
What's
Like,
what?
Those little thingies that you're holding up.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
The Game Boy, it says. Dang.
Anybody
Yes, they are.
remember that?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Anybody remember that game?
Oh yeah.
Mario Brothers. Yeah. I got
Do
him
you
on
think
handheld.
Princess?
Wait. I told you I got games. Old school shit here.
I was thinking like on Wednesday I could go to one of those places because the next major street over for me, or the next block over, has got all those like authentic old school family owned like places to eat and businesses, all like little like they've been there since like 1934 or before that.
Yeah, you got to go find one you can go sit down and eat at.
And there's places to sit down and eat. There's a place that's like a trailer, a truck, like it looks like one of those toy haulers that's turned into a I ate there before.
Huh?
I got like some really good food. There's all kinds of good food here. All the food here is good. But I don't have to go far to get it, you know. There's a cafe, there's a hair salon. I might go in the hair salon and have my split ends trimmed. And if I have my green shirt on with my pocket, I can go in there, I can go live, and I got my phone in my fucking pocket, and no one will fucking, you know.
Wow.
No one expects it. I go around, I put my phone in my pocket, and I video everything. I might do a video of it instead of going live, because if I do a video, then I can have it, I can capture it. I can't capture my live. If it's live, I lose it. But if it's a video, I can, you know, then more people will see it. I'll go buy weed, you know, like I have like a boringest videos. I go down the hill, I buy weed, I go here, I go there, I get some bread. But yeah, I'll do something. It's like I do a DoorDash, but basically I'm not going and bringing no one food. I'm bringing it all here on the bike. That's my dash. I do.
You bought them all, Raul?
Yep. I'm a game collector too. Shit.
But that's basically what I do. Is the same thing. Is I'm DoorDashing, but I'm going around and getting it, bringing it here, and fucking ain't going to bring no one nothing. I'll eat it before I bring it there. I'd take a bite out of it. Here you go, fool.
Yeah, you can't do that to somebody's DoorDash order.
I'm doing smart ass. I would do it. I would do that just to hit on women and shit. I can't be trusted to dash that. I'd be like the worst taxi cab
Honestly,
driver.
he would deliver someone's food.
Down the street, you know.
Some woman would answer the door and she'd be like, "Why is there a bite of my Chick-fil-A taken out of the sandwich?"
If I was a taxi cab driver,
I was hungry.
would pick you up in like Brooklyn, and
I was
you'd end up in
hungry.
like San Diego. Okay.
Oh.
I ain't doing that.
I could see you doing that. Oh, I was hungry, ma'am. I just took a little
If I
bite
did
out of the
DoorDash
sandwich.
over in that place where that apartment showed up, and that apartment building's gonna have like 1,000 single mothers in there, I'd end up being stabbed like 40 times by every jealous boyfriend in the whole shit show for that.
It depends on who the baby daddy is.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you the truth. It's mostly leave that door.
I don't care what the baby daddy is.
You
It's a
would
baby
think
daddy.
that people would want you to hand them their food, but most people want you to leave the food at their door. You don't get to talk to anybody. There's almost no interaction.
Right.
The pizza
Yeah,
guy
right.
gets more interaction. Usually,
Yeah,
a pizza is a hand to me, but sometimes it's leave that door.
I just seem to
How
be
about, hey,
irresistible.
Jared, did you tell them the story when you did DoorDash? The one
About
dude
what?
was a little preoccupied.
Yeah, there was a guy masturbating when I was trying to get him to get to the door, and he had to
Right.
put his thingy away, turn turn the computer to screensaver, so he could get over there, hustle over to the door, and get him some pizza.
Right. And he was insistent on giving you change, back.
Was glad to serve him.
You keep
Just
the
make
quarters
sure
that he
the
gave you.
change didn't.
I'm just curious if you
Make
kept
sure
the
they
quarters.
make sure the change didn't have lotion on it.
It's through an app. I didn't, yeah, no hands.
Change was all like stuck together, all clumpy.
Maybe he just got started,
Right. The change was so slippery, it wanted to fall out of your hands. It's just all that, whatever. That fucking,
He was
what is
using
this?
baby oil.
It's got
Fuck
that,
you, Rob. You're going hard now.
get that Johnson & Johnson smell on your fingers after you put
Oh.
the change.
Oh.
You hear these guys? They are gross.
I well level. I'm being good for this is TV, we could do an HBO special.
I don't know. Doesn't that cost more? You got to pay for the subscription.
Yeah, but
I
they
will
gotta-
say that in this area, there's a lot of bikini at the door for the doors that are open.
right, like
Just
65
because of the area.
bikini.
You go out and deliver on the island there, and yeah, mostly they answer the door in a bikini.
Are we
On
talking?
the island, what do you mean?
And it's
On the,
almost never a beautiful one, guys. Almost never.
So we're talking about Canadian bikini then.
Huh? We're talking about the same bikini, but different, more curvaceous.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. Desperate old women looking for a delivery guy, The
Oh,
TV,
God.
the cable's always out. They always have the cable guy over there, whatever. Trying to get his like when he's bending over.
Isn't that an opening to like an R-rated movie or something?
Not if there's not a hole in the box, Raul.
Because Florida is cougar country. Like if you're looking for cougars, Florida's like 59% cougar.
I bet there's a lot. Yes, I bet.
Just the general population at large.
Yeah, the lonely housewives.
There's more cougars in Florida than there's any other demographic. They're everywhere. And they got money too. Like,
and they want to spend it on you.
right. And they're not kidding.
Right.
It's like, lady, I want $100,000. It ain't gonna happen.
Brian the bike guy says when the women
He's out of the trash.
too much Brian the bike guy.
I don't know. They're just being-
She's looking for a young man and all that, and I don't want her fucking swimming pool and whatever.
But
Whatever
you're
it
the
is,
pool
how
cleaner.
it's all
You're the pool
fucking-
cleaning guy, though.
Right. Pool cleaning guy can have it. He can have all welcome to it. Clean the pool away. I'd need the pool cleaner part of it, the powder, afterwards. That's probably why he's the pool cleaner. Because you got to bleached it down.
I know, Skip. So they weren't all not worth it. Some
I had
of
a
them were
property
beautiful.
manager that was crazy about me, but anyway. I had this property manager in Florida, this Dominican, and she had about 8, and she was probably about my age, maybe a year older. And she would jump out of the hallway, like at the fire doors. She'd jump out and try to scare me like Halloween and shit. She's always trying to get a foot in my apartment, like some inspection shit, bullshit. But she was hot. I never touched her, but she was hot.
Oh yeah, some granny.
Office that I never touched. And
Granny
she got
day.
jealous.
Oh come on, guys, quit it.
I go to the
Motorized
club.
bicycle trips, guys. Y'all check out any of his videos that he went to those old blues museums. You said something about it earlier, Mossy, that you had been into that kind of rock at one point. Well, he went and seen them all, dude. Everybody. He went and seen everybody.
Who's seen everybody though? I missed
Motorized bicycle trips. He's in our chat right now. He's been in our chat. He's been posting regularly. He even took his
Okay.
motorized bike there to Tupelo, Mississippi with him and drove it around.
There was a couple of guys that have been doing some stuff lately.
He shook hands with the devil while he was there, dude. He seen Robert Johnson.
But there was a couple, I can't remember, Glenn's motorized.
Yeah,
Him
Glenn.
and
Yeah,
his
that's right.
Him and his wife put a short up, and they were going out for a ride, so that video's probably up.
Yeah, I seen the Glenn's one as well.
Right. So there's a bunch of people out there getting out on the road.
Yes.
Now that I'm coming out of my fucking edible, I can have a conversation.
I'm trying to get on the road, but I feel like I got wings on me when I go, man. I'm serious.
Raul, when's your birthday?
Around December time.
Oh, it's around December. He's a goddamn Christmas baby. Oh my God! How long did you breastfeed?
Yeah.
That's why he's
You're
got all that
close,
stuff.
but you're so far away.
Now I know why.
I
Raul's
just
got
had
all
a
that stuff.
birthday.
Did you? Happy birthday!
Thank you.
December 1st.
Mine is
Yeah, my brother.
September 4th.
September 4th.
My little
okay.
brother's the 25th, and my other two brothers are December the 17th and the 26th. Day after Christmas, dude. Worst birthday ever.
I'm January. I'm a
September
late
4th, 1959. I just turned
I'm January
65.
5th.
I just turned 65, so.
Just turned 65. Congratulations, man. God damn it,
Yeah.
you just started working a new job. You're supposed to
Yeah.
retire. Get
Oh,
your
hell
retirement,
no.
dude.
No, man. Retirement's for kids, man.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
So
Oh
see
my goodness. Just turned you don't look a day over 55.
Thank you.
as long as
You
you
must
don't
dye
stop
your hair or something.
No?
Because that's what
No.
kind of
No?
fucked me. Stopped working all the time and retired.
You look good with short hair though. You got a good look. You look okay with long hair, but you look good with short hair.
Yeah. I think I'm going to keep it short for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll keep it short for a while, keep the goatee going, you know.
Keep the goatee going.
Yeah.
Clean look, professional kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no, he's a pro now.
I'm looking forward to getting welding again so I can catch myself on fire.
What kind of miles are you putting on your Vantage Day? What kind of miles are you putting on your Vantage Day?
Me?
Van?
God, if I do probably 100, 200 miles.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're
Sometimes
around,
200, you think?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah.
and you get it all kitted out and everything. Like those guys have the the racks on the top of the van with all the tubes and stuff.
Nope.
It's all inside.
It's all
What kind of
inside.
van is this? What kind of van was it?
It's just a caravan, Dodge Grand Caravan.
Grand
Okay.
Caravan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you had a full size one. All right. I
No.
know what you-
No.
It's got the door, so you slide the door out, you grab all your stuff and do your work, and then pack it back in, and just on the road the whole day, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, making deliveries.
Yeah.
Who loads your vehicle? Who loads your vehicle?
I do.
Motherfucker. Damn, you're a packing
I
mule.
know a guy that did
I
that.
had loaders load my vehicle, but they screwed everything up. So I said, you guys gotta go help someone else, man. I'll do this.
Self that way don't fuck you up, right?
Yeah,
Organize it the way you want to.
yeah,
I knew a guy that would do that same kind of mobile thing with a van. He had like a caravan, a Grand Caravan, and he'd go around and do like a mobile car refinish and polish, and
Yep.
something he'd do like a scratchless dent removal, and he was like
Yeah.
doing all miles like that. He was always on the road,
yeah,
or he fixed a windshield. He did a little bit of shit like that, you know, or take the
Yeah.
fog off your lenses. He had a whole bunch of. He rolled the door up and boom, he was in, he's out and done. On to the next one.
yeah.
I could have put my upholstery shop in a van. It's a very common thing to do.
Yeah.
But
I get I get up at 4:30 in the morning. I start work about 5:30, and I don't get home till 5:36 at night. So
damn.
yeah,
But you're making bank though. You're making all this money. You're saving it up though. You're stocking it away.
I'm trying to.
Trying to.
But I tell you, most of it, half my or a quarter of my weekly check goes back in gas. So you know,
Right.
Oh, I know.
no.
Yep, and
Sometimes
that van is wearing down.
if I don't get that many deliveries on a certain day, it can take up to half my check back into gas. You know.
You know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's money in upholstery, because I had several different warehouses in Florida, and beside each one of them was a welding shop, me, and a upholstery shop on the other side.
Yeah, upholstery shop is a profitable business. Very profitable.
Yeah.
I've had a bunch of different, everywhere I went that I found a decent place that I could put, like I had a lift and stuff to work on cars that had like, I think it was like a 30 by 50 with an upholstery shop beside it, or another mechanic shop or whatever in those bays. Like, if you know what I'm talking about in Florida, where you can go in and there's like a whole like row of fucking whatever. And so
I know quite a few of them.
myself, but if I needed something done or whatever, I could borrow my neighbor's plasma cutter. I fixed his generator. He had like those mobile generators, like Miller welders with the Onan motors. And I blew him up in there because one of his spark plugs didn't have a gap, and he filled the buffer full of gas. And I gapped his plug, and he pushed the button, and it fucking put a fireball.
Is that the one from my Avenger?
That's the one from. That's the one. That's the one from Smolik.
That's the one for the MS460.
Who's that? Which one? That one for, Raul?
This is the one from Smolik. I'm gonna put it on
Not
my
from
Avenger.
for. What's it go on?
Big carburetor. Now what?
Right. That's for a piston port. You can't window the piston with that, just so you know. Anyone that sees that. That's for a piston port, basically like a stock motor with no windowed piston, and you take a little bit out of the bottom of the piston to clear the intake, like a regular piston port.
Yeah,
on there. And that puts your 21 millimeter carburetor on there that you want.
On this engine here, right here, there is no two bolts on each side. It's just that rubber piece. That rubber piece goes on here. Then you gotta take a hose clamp and clamp it down.
Right.
Yeah,
so
it's the same. It's the same. It's the same ID hose. See.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You take that, put it on here. You gotta clamp it down.
Goes over that.
Yeah.
Because on a saw, the carburetor is floating around. It's a Walbro carburetor. And so the carburetor and the air filter are independent of the cylinders. On a saw, it's got that round thing, and that'll fit that. The same thing he's got.
I got a long radiator hose attached to the engine, attached to the carburetor, and it bounces around. So I took another hose clamp to tighten down the carburetor so it don't bounce down.
I need somebody to give me a PWK 21 carburetor for this.
So you did get a hose clamp around that and attach it to the seat post, and she's good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But that's what you got to do on all those OKOs. You just got to have a piece of rubber in there.
Yeah.
And I'll show you. Look, I got the slip right here.
If you want one of those that's got an angle on it, you get an intake, a CNC intake for a 212 Predator, and then you adapt that over to put on the thing, and it'll have like a 45-degree angle coming out.
No, okay.
But it won't work on a saw cylinder. It'll work on an Avenger, cause like whatever.
Yeah.
I suppose you could probably get like the way to do it with like is you get like a pre-bent like 45-degree hose for a turbo, and then it won't rot. The radiator hose with the gas going through it eventually will kind of rot out. It gets soft.
Yeah, I already put another radiator hose on it.
There's a hose that's called, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a 2-layer, like it's for a blower.
Yeah.
So you're getting like a 40, like to Google it, you'd have to Google like a 45-degree angle, 31 millimeter hose for a turbocharger. It'll
Okay.
fit like Cummins or something.
Oh, guys.
Or it fit like
Have a great evening, Bella and Bride the Bike Guy, OP1, and Mike Miller, and everybody else who joined us this evening. Raul, Duke, Mossy, and Lights Adventure, keeping it real.
You have a good night, Jared.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Had a great- and I'm gonna check your email, dude. I'll email you back and forth with you.
Okay.
Lights Adventure, yes, sir.
Hopefully that works out and you can maybe sell one of those motors, you know?